Hello everybody, welcome into my latest live broadcast. It's Friday, the 8th of April, 2022. My name is Kerry Holzman and I've been a computer repair technician in the industry since 1991, still work in the industry today. I'm not one of those tech enthusiasts or tech hobbyists or ex-computer technicians that used to work in the industry years ago. I work in the industry today, last week, last month, and for the last 30 plus years. So I hope I bring a unique perspective to this channel with regards to practicality and normal everyday problems people have, and not the self-created inventive problems that people with a lot of time and money on their hands make for themselves in the effort of making content. And I'm not a channel that just airs basically commercials for products. The products I show you today, this product here has been supplied by one of my viewers named Ryan in Nevada. This other router I'm going to show you I purchased from Amazon Warehouse using contributions that come into this channel. And then in front of me, completely off topic, is a GeForce RTX 3090 Ti. The size of the box it arrives in is the biggest video card box I've ever seen. I think the shipping weight on it was just under 10 pounds. The card is just a hair under $2,000 direct from EVGA, and then there's about $200 in sales tax, and I think the shipping was free. But the good news is, this isn't to boast or to show off. The good news is that video cards are back in stock and you can buy them at much more reasonable prices everywhere video cards are sold. So if you've been waiting, the market's cooling off. It may have a bit more cooling off to do, but I would get notices for cards on sale and I just stopped clicking on them, because when I click on them, the add to cart button's all shaded out and sold out. So now that's not really the case anymore. 3070 Ti's are in abundance for $750 to $850. The 3090 Ti's was no problem getting it. They limit it to one per person. This is going to a friend of mine that requires it. This is not for the channel, it's not for me, and this wasn't paid for with viewer contributions. My friend could not get the video card added to their cart. You need to have an EVGA account, and I have one, and like I said, it's limited to one per person. So if I buy the card for them, I cannot buy one for myself. But I paid for it. They paid me back, and they're picking it up a little bit later today. So I wanted to just show you while I had it in my hands. And what's hiding behind it is the other router we're going to talk about today, which is the Netgear, the AX8. Let me move this beast out of the way because it served its purpose, and now it can go off to its new forever home. And hey, thanks to Peter Laycock, who started everything off here before the live stream with a 50-pound contribution. Peter, I appreciate your generosity. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for your continued support, of course. And let's see, I have another contribution that came in right as we started. Peter Laycock says, "Good evening, Kerry and everyone in the chat from Edinburgh, Bonnie, Scotland. I'm working tomorrow. I'm up at 4 a.m. Have a great show and see you tomorrow." Have a great day, Peter. Thank you again. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello and for your generous and continual support. Michael Taylor with £2 says, "Happy Friday to all." Happy Friday, Michael. Thank you. Now, what I'm trying to do today is something a little bit different, because doing the same thing is driving me crazy. Crazier than I normally am. So we're going to talk a little bit about modern day routers, wireless routers, and these are both wireless routers. You cannot add Wi-Fi to a non-Wi-Fi router in the sense that you just don't go buy antennas. You can buy something called an access point. But if you have a wireless router, you can turn the Wi-Fi off on it if for some reason you didn't want that. So it goes one way but not the other. The other way, you have to buy additional hardware that would need its own power and plug in to a router. The router's job is essentially three things. It works as a firewall doing network address translation, and It doesn't really matter if you know what that means, but it's a firewall. It's keeping your public IP address that is assigned to you from your internet service provider away from all of your computers, and instead you get a non-routable IP address. Those typically start with 192.168 or 10.0.0. Whatever, those are non-routable. That means somebody can't just type your IP address into a browser and then attack your machine with like a denial of service attack or something like this. Now, a lot of this may be Greek to you, and it's not important. It really isn't important that you understand what I am saying with regards to the technical nature of it, only that it's bad, you don't want it, and the router helps to absolutely prevents that from happening, right? So if they somehow figured out your main IP address, which will be basically every computer that you're connecting to the router will appear to share the same IP address of essentially what your internet service provider has provided. It looks like it's one computer and one IP address, when in fact, basically what the router is doing is it's going and getting the information for you. For lack of a better explanation, and this isn't really technically accurate, but if you want to picture it in your head, imagine you and 12 of your friends are at an all-you-can-eat buffet, but you've only bought one buffet. So the other 11 friends who haven't paid, you're going to go up to the table and get your plate filled with food, and you're going to come back and you're going to give it to one of your friends. Then you're going to go back up with another plate and get some more food and go give it to another one of your friends. So you're going back and forth like a liaison on behalf of your friends, but it looks like it's just you. That's all they see. The people behind the buffet only see you. They don't see your friends. They just think, wow, that guy sure is eating a lot. Well, in the same way, somebody could be monitoring the IP address of your cable modem, or what's assigned to the WAN address, the wide area network of the router, and think, wow, that one person is creating a lot of network traffic. When in fact, you could have a house full of kids and streaming services on your TVs and cell phones and Internet of Things like a thermostat that connects to the internet like the Nest. Your refrigerator, your other appliances are now connecting via Wi-Fi. Even barbecue grills are connecting to Wi-Fi. And so all of that is connecting onto the internet. You might have lights that you can turn on and off through your phone. You might have other devices on your network, and that all creating a little bit of traffic, some more than others. But it's all being funneled from this side of the router, if you will, where all the connections are, out to the internet. And that is the firewall aspect, or the network address translation. It's translating the address on this side to the non-routable addresses it's assigning on your local side. And that is, in effect, a firewall. Now, the second thing a router will do for you is a router will, as I previously mentioned, it'll take one signal and split it. So think of it as a network splitter. You know when you run out of outlets, when you're plugging stuff in, you got two outlets, 2 plugs per outlet, usually. What happens when you need to plug in 4 things or 3 things? You have to get a power, what we call a surge protector, but it's really just a power splitter, right? Those cheap ones that say they're power surge protectors, they're not very good at protecting you from surges. So instead, rather, what I'm trying to say is the expensive power splitters that claim to be surge protection are going to offer much better realistic surge protection than a $6 power splitter that you pick up at the dollar store or Walmart. They pretty much just take one outlet and give you 6 out of it, right? It's splitting that one outlet into 6. Well, in much the same way, a router takes that one internet connection coming in from your internet service provider, and it can distribute up to 254 IP addresses to your local area network. 254 on a basic consumer router. Now, neither of these are basic consumer routers. They are considered gaming routers, and we'll get into why that is here in just a moment. But I did mention there were 3 things a router does, right? So we've got the firewall, we've got the ability to share your network connection, and the third thing a router does is it will allow your computers to share files, folders, and printers amongst each other on your local area network. Bear in mind, in doing so, you may choose to have each computer require a name and password before they can log in to access the shared data or printer, or you can leave it passwordless. The downside is if you are connected to a share, which happens automatically without a password, and you get a virus, the first thing the virus or ransomware wants to do is spread across your network. So if you've got a network attached storage device, it doesn't even have to be a PC, it's going to infect everything that doesn't have security on it on the safe side of the firewall, right? Because when you let that virus in, whatever it is you downloaded or clicked on, you let it over the wall. You let it over the firewall. So now it's on the wrong side. You can have a burglar alarm on your house, but if you open the door and invite the thieves in, that burglar alarm is not going to help you much now. And if you leave all the doors unlocked inside of your house, and who wouldn't, then the burglars have access to all the open, unlocked doors inside of the house. So in a similar way, if you have multiple computers or network attached storage drive, and you are trying to ease your life so that you don't have to enter passwords and you can share files in folders, you've also made it easier for the thieves if you let someone in over the wall. They won't typically get in by themselves. They'll get in through something called social engineering techniques, which is to trick you that they're Amazon or they're the power company or they're the IRS or they're some threat or immediate urgent need for you to click on something or react to something, and don't do it. All I can tell you is don't do it, because your actions, it's like someone knocking on your door and they say, I'm from the water company, I need to come in and test your water. And there were people around Phoenix doing that. Now, and they were doing it for legit purposes, that they were trying to sell people water softeners. But the way they went about it was a bit, they were invoking fear, and they were implying that they were officially from the city, although they didn't exactly say that. The way they were dressed and the way they spoke left the waters quite muddy, and obviously for an intention, right? So they were legally, they didn't say they were with the water company, but what they did say certainly implied it, and it scared a lot of people. We got to check your water. And then the reason they do that, they'll say, we just need a sample of your water and we'll contact you in 3 days after analysis. They're not analyzing any water. That water's all going down the sewer. You think they're going door to door? You know how heavy water is? You give them your sample, they dump that out and take it to the next house and have an empty bottle again. So then they contact you in 3 days and mention the benefits of a water softener, right? So this is all social engineering tactics. It's been around since snake oil salesmen. It's nothing new. Human beings haven't evolved that much. So the router can only do so much to protect you, but it can't protect you from yourself. The same goes with selecting a Wi-Fi password. If you select a weak Wi-Fi password, and it's easily guessable or easily hacked because it's either a simple word that was obvious, like your address or street name or your last name, people can just jump right in. They don't even need any software to hack you. Or if the password's very small because you don't want to type in a long password because it's a hassle, well, good for you. You just made it easier to get hacked. Now, somebody jumping on your Wi-Fi would have to be within the radio range of your router, which means anywhere outside of your house, depending on the size of your house, where the router is in your house, what the house is made of, the type of router you have, what its range is, and chances are you would never know that when it was happening. They being the bad guys, could be driving around the neighborhood, first of all, looking for open Wi-Fi with no passwords, which is just a horrible idea, or they could be guessing passwords and get lucky and get in. Now, once they get in, anything you have shared on your network, they have access to. They have access to potentially delete it. They have access to copy it. They have access to corrupt it, to infect it, to do whatever they want. And they're doing that at 2:30 in the morning, or maybe they're watching the house waiting to see cars leave, and there's a pattern. The car leaves every day at 8 a.m. They've got all afternoon to sit in a car with a laptop and come at you if you leave your machines on and if you leave your machines networked. Now, if you don't share anything on your network, or you disable the sharing when you're done using it, that's obviously a very good safety net if you don't trust yourself. But if you have a good security, good strong password on your Wi-Fi, and you keep your router up to date, there are always firmware updates, software updates to these routers, but they do not apply automatically. You have to go and check for them yourself, and they address security exploits that have been discovered since the router was released. And if you don't get those free updates to your router, then hackers could still hack you even if you've done everything else right. So just that one step is, I can't emphasize how critical that is. Both of these routers have never been powered on. Both of these routers are refurbished. There are links for both of these routers in the video notes below this video, and they both take you to Amazon, where I make a small commission if you make a purchase. These routers, when they're refurbished, they sell for $50 to $100 less. I don't know what was refurbished about them. I don't know why they were sent back. It could be anything from damaged packing to a faulty Wi-Fi radio, or who knows what. But generally speaking, I've had great luck buying refurbished Wi-Fi routers from Amazon. And I don't think I've had one yet that was noticeably bad, or wasn't correctly fixed. If it was fixed, they work just like new, and they often have a 90-day warranty, I think, is standard. But Amazon's got that standard 30-day warranty, return policy rather. So if you don't like it for any reason, you can send it back. Now the world's moving more and more and more towards wireless devices. Most common routers that you see today are going to have 4 wired ports. Well, you'll see 5, but you'll see one kind of separate from the other 4. That one goes to your cable modem or your DSL modem. And the other 4 will go to computers or other things in your house. This router, this TP-Link router, has 8. And that's not very common, but if you're a computer nerd like me and you've got a lot of wired stuff, I'd rather have 8 ports on the router than adding a network switch. That's all a network switch is it's a splitter you're attaching to your splitter. It's like plugging in a surge protector into a surge protector so you can get even more outlets. The danger, of course, doing that with power is you can only draw so many amps from the wall before you blow a circuit breaker. That's not a problem with this. You can do what's called cascading, and you can buy 24-port, 48-port network switches. One cable plugs in so that you lose 1 port on the 48, so now you're down to 47. In addition to the additional 7 that are left over, that gives you 54. And you can plug in 54 things with 54 cables, just like that. And if you need more than that, you can run another cable from one switch to another. So you lose 1 port on each switch. And whatever size switch you buy is how many ports you add. And this, as I mentioned, can control up to 254 devices simultaneously. Most homes aren't going to have that many devices, but it's not uncommon for homes to have 3-4 dozen devices between cell phones, televisions, thermostats, garage door openers, cameras, and then of course computers, laptops, and gaming consoles. So we went from people having almost no need for these to now they're absolutely required. Not all routers are the same. Typically, the more expensive the router is, the better its performance and range are. But the performance and range will only be as good as the performance and range of the device you're receiving the Wi-Fi signal on. So for example, if I had a bullhorn in a big field, and you're at one end of the field and I'm at the other end of the field, and I yell into the bullhorn, "Can you hear me?" across the field, you hear me. And you say, "Yes, I can." I can't hear you unless you have a bullhorn. You understand? So while this can transmit and receive great distances, it also needs, for best performance and best range, an equivalent wireless antenna on the receiving side, on the other side, to the computer or the device you're connecting to, in order to receive the maximum performance and range. Now, it's not a requirement. It's just that performance and range are affected by what kind of router you have and what kind of wireless card you have. If they're both at the high standard, if you're both Wi-Fi 6, then that's great. You're going to get the best range and performance. But if the router's Wi-Fi 6 and your wireless network card in your laptop is 8 years old, and that's, Wi-Fi 3, it's only going to run at Wi-Fi 3 speeds. The device, not the router, but the device you're connecting to the router, the router's like, is that all you want? The router isn't going to exhibit any performance benefit to you, and it's not going to exhibit any decent range benefit in most cases, maybe a little bit, but for the most part, performance and range are important to you. You want to be able to go to the opposite side of a large house with a laptop. Then you want a modern laptop, or you want to add a wireless USB device to it that is equivalent to or better than the router you have. So all of these things play in together. A couple of contributions have come in, and I'll take a minute here in the chat room to also address any questions you might have. So if you do have a question about routers, Wi-Fi, networking, go ahead and put it in the chat now. And I'm going to read out a few thank yous here to some generous contributors. We'll start with $10 from Bob Connors. He says, whoopee, here's my on-time fee. It's about time, eh? Thank you, Bob. Roy Star Man with $10. Hey, Roy Star Man, good to see you again. Tony Walla with $1.99. Hey, Tony, thank you so much. Bob R with $10.02. He goes, this is for support of your great videos. The information you provide is priceless. I also want to give a shout out to Jose Rivera Estacio. Jose contributes generously and never asks for anything in return. Obviously, I always tell Jose, and I mean it, if there's anything I can do for you, please feel free to reach out to me. Colin Hunt with a 10-pound contribution. Hey, Colin, thank you for that. Doc Mechanic says, wireless USB device. Yes, you can buy USB adapters that are Wi-Fi. So they make them in all different shapes and sizes. I've got a few around here. You can get, hold on, I gotta come around here and find one of these here for you. Let's see. I don't know where I put it. Oh, I know where it is. I've got a couple over here. Here's a couple of examples of USB wireless adapters, and I'm going to bring them up a bit closer to the camera so you can see them, and then I'm going to ask you a question that I hope is obvious. Okay, let me see, where am I? Right here. Okay, so first I have this one. You can pick these up for under $20. Slide it into the USB port. You've got your antenna. You can adjust it to get your best signal. And to the other extreme, I've got one like this that's just got a USB cable that plugs in and 4 antennas. Now, which one of these do you think performs better, and which one of these do you think costs more? If you guessed this one costs more and performs better because it's got more antennas and it's larger, that is correct. However, if I plug this into a USB 2 or a USB 1 port, this won't be able to perform to its rated speeds because the USB 2 or USB 1 is too slow. It will work, but it won't work as fast as if you plugged it into a USB 3.0. Not so much the case on this one. And when you see the connectors inside are blue, and that typically indicates it's USB 3.0 compatible. You can plug it into any USB port, and your limitation of speed will be based on your USB port or how many other devices are using your USB at the same time. So depending on how important performance is for you, You can also replace the wireless card internally in a laptop or in a desktop computer using hardware components that require you to get a screwdriver and, you know, go elbows deep into the hardware. With something like this, it's very simple. It's plug and play. You're done. And this is a very cheap and easy way to do it yourself without having to be a computer technician. Now, this unit here is made by TrendNet. TrendNet, I'm kind of on the fence about. I always get them confused with TP-Link because they're very budget-oriented networking hardware that they sell. And TP-Link, although this one is made by a company called TechKey, I think Amazon was sold out on these. But essentially, it's like one company that makes these, and different manufacturers slap their name on them. They're all the same. I would get one from TP-Link because they're a major name brand in networking. So if I needed support, I don't know where I would go to get support from TechKey. But if it was TP-Link, you know, they have support available. And, you know, that may be why in some cases the TP-Link may be $1 or $2 more than some company you never heard of before out of China. It's for the support reasons. Now, these are cheap. Don't expect much as far as performance goes. If this is AC 1200, so that's a couple of years back generation-wise, but still much, much faster than a few years before that. And it's quick, it's easy, and it's inexpensive. If you want to go faster, you've got a router that can provide the signal that this needs, then plug it into a USB 3.0 port, and you can go much, much faster. So the number of antennas it has suggests how many beams it can go across the same time, and that just is more, think of it as lanes on a highway. We can have multiple data paths happening simultaneously on one device. So instead of transmitting one large bit of data through one antenna, we can divide that data into 2, 3, or 4 parts and send all the parts a little bit, you know, break it into pieces and then send all the pieces at the same time, right? So instead of having a freeway with one lane with cars all lined up, you have a freeway with 4 lanes, and then the cars are spread out and more cars can flow through faster. So that's sort of the basic idea behind it. The more you spend for a router, the more that router is capable of. Whether or not you need that, I can't decide that. Only you can decide that. This router here and this router here are designed for large homes, especially this one. But there is a point where a home is so big that even this wouldn't cover the whole house. And that's when you would go to something called a mesh router. And the mesh routers, generally speaking, are not as configurable. They're mostly just plug and play. These are plug and play as well, but they also have the option to get in there and fine tune a lot of stuff that the mesh routers don't have. Also, many of the mesh routers have to be configured with a smartphone through an app. But the mesh routers can cover an area of 6,000 feet. That's a big house, multiple floors. And the best place to put a router, a wireless router, is in the center of your house. Because a wireless router, it broadcasts 360 degrees, up, down, left, right, forward, and backward. So if you've got the router against the side of the house, like it's at the end of the house, then that's broadcasting 50% of its signal into your neighbor's house. So if you can, place the router somewhere up high and place it somewhere towards the center of the house. If the house has 3 floors, put it on the middle floor so it'll broadcast equally to the top floor, the bottom floor beneath it, and then to the left and right as well. If you go to either side of the house, front or back or left or right, or if it's off center, then your broadcast will be off center. The signal will be stronger on one side and weaker on the other side. So it's really up to you, to some extent, to determine what kind of range a router can give you based on the placement. Now, if you're in a situation where you can't or don't want to move the router from the side of the house, then you may need to have something more like a mesh router, where it's not just this one big radio station, but several smaller stations that you can place in different areas of the house where your signal's getting weaker. You put a little totem there, if you will. It's a little thing you plug in, and then using a smartphone app, you just tie them together very easily. It walks you through it. There's no technical information you need to know other than to read the instructions on the screen, which are very basic. You know, it'll say, are you adding another one? Yeah, or click here to add another one. Yeah, I'm adding one. Okay, plug it in. Okay, plug it in. Okay, now wait, we're going to try to communicate with it. Okay, we've communicated with it. Do you want to add another one? No. Okay, you're done. And that's it. There's no technical knowledge required, just patience in reading the very simple instructions that come up on the app. But you will need a smartphone. Then on top of that, we have wireless bridges. Now, wireless bridges are used if you want to extend your internet to another building, typically. Maybe you have a barn or a garage that's detached away from the main house, and you're unable to get a signal, or at least a strong signal, into that other building. What we used to do back in the day, for people who could afford it, was we would trench a network cable. Trench it. Yeah. You get a shovel or a trenching machine, and you dig a trench into the dirt. You have to find an entry point into the house with the cable, which typically involves drilling into the wall and then caulking that to weatherproof it. When you drill into the wall, you better make sure what's in that wall before you drill. If you hit a gas line or a power line or a water line, it's going to get a very, very expensive job. So you trench the cable. You can't just lay the cable in the ground. Usually you have to run some sort of pipe, usually PVC or ABS, and you would run that into the ground to the next building where you do the same thing. You've got to get an entry point into the building, and then you could put another router like this into that building. So the router in this building has a long wire that connects to another router in the other building. That's called a bridging connection, where bridging, just like a bridge, connects two bodies of landmass over water, right? It connects the two. It's a bridge. It's the same thing. So now we can do what's called a wireless bridge, and that is, instead of actually trenching the cable, we get like a little, sometimes it's a box or it looks like a little radar dish, and we can mount that on the outside of the house. You can even put it in the house. On the outside of the house, it'll give you stronger range, but if you don't need a mile of range, then you can safely put it in the house away from the weather and still get a strong enough signal through the walls and obstacles into the next building. And likewise, you can put the receiving radar dish inside the other building if you want to, or preferably put it on the outside. They're always IPS rated for weather, so they are intended to be out in the rain, the snow, but you don't have to do it that way. You can avoid doing the cabling through the building, which is that's the most troubling part for me, as when I was doing installs, is I'm not comfortable drilling into somebody's walls or ceiling to run a cable in, so I can get the dish mounted outside. Back in the 80s, a lot of people have antennas with masts mounted on the roof, and they somehow got the coaxial cable from the TV antenna into the house. And if they ever had that, they probably don't have it now. You can typically use the same hole for the network connection if you're lucky. So by keeping the wireless bridges inside of the buildings, we don't have to deal with the drilling holes. We just have to find a place to point them towards each other. Even though they can't see each other, they don't have to see each other. It just, if they can see each other, they get further range and typically better performance, because as the range is affected, so is the performance. But if you've got way more than you need, you won't miss it. And typically those are plug and play. You don't generally configure a bridge. You simply, there's a receiving side and a sending side, and you essentially plug the receiving side into your router of the main building, and then take the other unit, go to the other building, and then plug it in. And then you don't have to plug it into a router. You can then plug it into a laptop or whatever, but it itself is not Wi-Fi. It's a different kind of a Wi-Fi where the bridge is on its own channel and it only talks to itself. Nobody else can talk to it. This unit talks to this unit in a proprietary format. So if you want then Wi-Fi in the other building, you'd have to come off of that wireless bridge, just like you would a cable modem now, into a new router to spread that signal. The wireless bridge can't be talking wirelessly to the other wireless bridge, and then at the same time, when it's pointed this way with a signal aimed for distance, then give you a signal the opposite way to cover the building. We haven't evolved in that point of technology. You would need multiple radios in the device, and that would be very expensive. So you'd be cheaper, even if that did exist, you'd be cheaper getting your own router, and then you can get a router that would be the performance you need, rather than, the wireless bridge might give you the bridging performance you need, but it may not give you the Wi-Fi on the other side if it offered that, which as far as I know, they don't. So you have much more control, and not only of what you're spending, but also of the kind of hardware you're getting to what your needs are to that secondary building. And obviously, when you're extending your Wi-Fi like that, it's so important that you have a good password. As I mentioned, the bridges, they're already password set from the factory. They're already paired together. All you got to do is plug them in. That's it. You just plug them in, and they're up and running. Give them a minute to find each other and synchronize and handshake, and you're good to go. You never have to log into a web site, or you don't have to log into a configuration page that's usually web-based. Instead, they're pre-configured. And while they do have a web-based configuration page, I advise you to stay out of it. That's for more technically advanced people that want to use it, these wireless bridges, in a different way. So there are other tools. Rather than using this tool for something it wasn't designed for, through the configuration page, you could do that if you had the technical knowledge. I'm advising you buy the right tool, and you don't have to go through all that. It's also important you set secure passwords. You can set the same SSID and password on a wireless router in building B as you have in building A, so you can seamlessly move between them. And in many cases, if you buy the same brand of router, most modern routers have something called mesh mode. So even though they're not mesh routers, they can become mesh routers by simply activating that feature on both sides, and then it acts as one big router instead of two separate ones. But there's reasons to not do that, and the reasons to do that, depending on what your needs are. Let's take a look in the chat and see if anybody's got any questions for me before I continue, because there's a lot of information I'm throwing at you, and I talk rather quickly, and I would expect many of you will have to go back and re-watch portions of this video that aren't clear to you. But if there's anything that's not clear to you now, let's, based on what I've already told you, let's see if we can address that before we get too far ahead. It's also not uncommon to see cars with Wi-Fi hotspots built into them. And I've experienced Wi-Fi interference when a neighbor with a Wi-Fi enabled car pulls into his driveway and sits in his car with the car running, and my network just drops out. And the solution for that was for me to change the broadcast channel that my router was on, and that solved that problem. A lot of these routers come out of the box, and they're going to run on the same default Wi-Fi channels as all your neighbors. And if you don't go in there and manually change that, you could be experiencing performance-related issues during certain times of the day when your neighbors are, having a lot of internet Wi-Fi activity, and then you're trying to do a lot of internet Wi-Fi activity, and suddenly you're noticing your performance just falls into the toilet. Then in cases like that, you need to go into the router and change the Wi-Fi broadcast channel. And then you could also try, there's typically two main channels, a 2.4 gig and a 5 gig channel. And if your device that you're on is a cell phone or something like that, and you're on the 2.4 Wi-Fi, jump onto the 5 instead. Higher end routers will automatically do this for you, and it's one of the features of spending a lot more money on a router. If you buy the cheaper routers, you're not going to get the range, you're not going to get the performance. The security is about the same, which is really on you for setting a good password. I wouldn't identify yourself with the SSID either. I wouldn't put your name, I wouldn't put your address, I wouldn't put anything on it where the neighbors who know you will know that's yours. So it's just stuff like that where, a neighbor near me's got a Wi-Fi called Wu-Tang LAN, and I didn't know which neighbor it was until I saw it was like a Wu-Tang Clan sign in their car, or they had put something up, and I was like, oh, well, now I know who that Wi-Fi belongs to. So that's step one of hacking somebody, is identifying where is this router in the neighborhood. Sometimes you can tell by the strength, although sometimes they build houses so close together. Once you've identified which house it is, then you can watch the pattern of traffic that comes and goes from that house to determine when people are usually not home. And then you can just sit in your car with a laptop and hack at it all day until you figure it out. And nobody will likely be any wiser. Unless they've got a camera and they can come home and see somebody's been sitting in their house, sitting in their car in front of their house, and then they can see the make and model of car and things of that nature through a camera. So it's not like that's a perfect crime. There's a lot of things that people may not realize when they think they know too much that will get them caught. So, and again, a camera like that usually connects via Wi-Fi. Ring doorbells and things like that are usually all Wi-Fi connected, and will upload the data to the web. So if somebody were to steal the Ring doorbell, you have a video of who stole it up in the cloud. They didn't take the video when they took the doorbell. So again, I'm going to look back through the chat here and see if there's other questions regarding what we've discussed so far before we move on. Robert Fontaine wants to know what brands I recommend or don't recommend. Generally, I look at TP-Link if I want a budget-oriented router. I have Netgear routers in use, both at Studio B and Studio A. The AX12, which is the big brother to the AX8, but they look the same on the outside. The price is very different. And then the XR750, XR500, another Netgear router, major gaming router, very expensive router at Studio A, which really doesn't even need to be there anymore. But I like ASUS routers. I like Netgear routers. I like TP-Link. Who don't I like? I don't like Linksys. I don't like D-Link. I do not like Belkin. I think they make some of the worst routers. D-Link also, but Belkin I think is the worst of them. And then there's, well, Belkin bought Linksys, so saying I don't like Linksys and saying I don't like Belkin is saying the same thing. They're just not as good in my opinion. They're not as easy to configure. They're not as powerful. I don't think they're a good price, and I don't think they're as reliable. I've had to replace several bad Linksys and Belkin routers, and some that were not bad, but they had like a web portal. You had to sign in for Wi-Fi. And so in a business environment, there were things like a Pitney and Bowes postage stamp machine that has to connect to the internet to buy more postage. And you just have a little LCD screen. Same with a lot of printers too. You have to configure them on the Wi-Fi with a little screen on the printer. And there's no way to bring up a web portal to sign into the Wi-Fi, you know, like you would do at a hotel. So those devices, when they purchased them at the office, they had a problem getting them connected to the Wi-Fi. This resulted in a very confusing support call for me because I checked the Wi-Fi when I was on site and it works fine. I said, you know, you must not know what you're doing. Get somebody in there that knows what they're doing because the Wi-Fi works. So then they brought the Pitney and Bowes specialist in, or representative in, and then he called me and he said, it looks like there's a web portal to log into the Wi-Fi. And I said, yeah. And he said, well, there's no way to bring up the web portal on the postal machine, so we can't sign into the Wi-Fi. Oh, and then I felt, you know, like a real jackwagon because I should have thought of that. If I had known when I was purchasing that Wi-Fi router that it was web portal based for the guest Wi-Fi, or for any Wi-Fi for that matter, I would never have bought it. But when I put it in place and I realized it, they weren't using Wi-Fi at the office. I was turning off the Wi-Fi. So I thought, you know, I don't like it, but we're not going to use it. So we don't use it. Who cares? But then they started to use it. Things, like I said, initially, most people weren't using Wi-Fi 10 years ago. Most people did not have Wi-Fi
10 years ago. Many people did, but not most. These days, you wouldn't imagine life without it. You know, when they first came out with electricity, only the rich people had it. And I think J.P. Morgan was the first person that got electricity in their house. Edison wired them up with DC electricity. But you might go out and most people didn't have electricity, and you were just used to that. That's what Wi-Fi is today, right? You go out, some places don't have Wi-Fi. But can you imagine if you went somewhere today, like you went to the supermarket and they didn't have any electricity, they didn't have any lights? You expect there to be lights. That's what's going to happen with Wi-Fi. Another 20 years, it's got to be everywhere, just like electricity. People are going to expect it, and if you don't have it, they're going to go somewhere else, shop at a competitor's. So that's where Wi-Fi is heading. We're becoming more and more dependent on it, and we're becoming a little spoiled by it because Wi-Fi, we want it everywhere all the time. We always want to be connected. If there's any brands there's any brands that I haven't mentioned, you can assume I don't recommend them. If I can't mention every brand, that would be ridiculous. But for the most part, when I'm looking for a router, I look at three or four manufacturers that are big in this space and have been so for quite a while. Netgear, Asus, TP-Link, when you get into business stuff, you know, when you get to Ubiquiti and you get to this other business, I don't recommend that stuff for consumers. It's overkill for the average consumer. And the people who buy that stuff for a home generally are more technical people who see value in that and are willing to spend good money for it. I'm not a big fan of the way the Ubiquiti stuff configures, but it's also designed to hook up servers and to hook up massive surveillance systems, camera CCTV stuff, and you know, they even have specialty equipment for recording and all this other crazy stuff, which if you have a need for that, you would obviously see value in it and you would understand why you're going to pay more for it. They are very well respected in networking in the business environment. But again, I think for home use, it's a bit overkill. Ubiquiti does have some stuff they claim is for home use, but it's really for technical people, in my opinion. Bernard C. says, I've been trying to add Wi-Fi to a metal garage 700 feet away, and using a Netgear AC5600 Nighthawk, still too weak to stream. So I don't know what the AC2600 is. I think that's a few years old. The latest one I think is AC11000, but something like a wireless bridge would benefit you. And I've got a review of a wireless bridge that's $100, and it's only 100 megabit. It's not gigabit. If you want gigabit, it's going to be more money. But I'm using the wireless bridge in order to stream to you, so you can see how good it works. And we're crossing maybe 700 feet. And these wireless bridges can go over a mile if they're line of sight, but they don't have to be line of sight. If they're not line of sight, instead of going a mile, maybe it goes a little over half a mile. Like, it'll significantly reduce its range, but that might be good enough for you. But you want a wireless bridge, just like I talked about. Yeah. Jim KG3N says he's got 1 NAS, 6 desktops, 2 laptops, 2 tablets, 2 printers, and 2 cell phones. And the desktops and the printer are hardwired. Yeah, it's amazing how we've become so dependent on so many internet-connected devices. In just a few years' time, we were barely using one. And prior to that, we weren't using any in the 1990s, for the most part. And certainly none in the 80s, 70s, 60s, or 50s. So we've come a long way on our dependency of something we totally lived without for many years. Most of us may have spent more than half our lives without it, and now that we've got it, we want more of it. I'm not a big fan of wireless repeaters because they repeat back in the same direction that you're receiving from, and that's half of your range. It doesn't make any sense for me to add a device that's only going to consume, or it's only going to broadcast 50%, and that 50% is only as good as the other 50%'s connection to your main Wi-Fi signal. So if your Wi-Fi signal is down to 2 bars where you're putting your range extender, then your range extender speed will only be at 2 bar speed when you connect to it from the other side. So it's overlapping, a range extender is overlapping your Wi-Fi to connect to it, and then it's sending the other half. Remember I said it broadcasts equally in all directions. A wireless bridge doesn't do that. A wireless bridge is just one unit talks specifically to the other unit in its own encrypted specialized channel. So to move your internet or to move your network connection to another building, a wireless bridge is the most painless way to go in my experience, because I tried a lot of different things. And Genius, a company called Genius, also makes these, and they're very, very good at what they do. But they're not routers. A mesh router might also work for you if you wanted to just maybe put a totem, one of the wireless totems, by that side of the house, and then again closest to that side of the house in the other building. That might be for 700 feet, that might just cover it. Robert wants to know, should I use the router that the company provided me? If it's working for you, that's fine. But if you want better performance or better range, then you'll have to, because what the cable company or your internet service provider is providing is pretty basic generic stuff. It's not going to compete with something like this or like this for the number of connections, the speed of the connections, and the range of those connections. But if it meets your needs and you have nothing to complain about, don't fix it if it ain't broke. If, on the other hand, you're paying a rental fee for that router, by purchasing your own, you won't have to pay the rental fee anymore. But by purchasing your own, if you have a problem, your cable company might just say, we can't help you because you're not using our router, and we don't know anything about the router you bought. So, we can't help you. They can make sure your modem is getting a signal, and beyond that, it's your problem. If you continue to have the cable company's equipment or your internet service provider's equipment, then if you have a support question, then that's part of what your rental fee that you're paying for covers, it's covering support. If you want to save the money and take on the support yourself, buy your own router. Or if you need better range or better performance, buy your own router. Do routers get warm or hot like modems? They can. They can get warm. The Netgear, this router here has a little fan on it, but I've never seen that fan ever come on. And the XR500 I've got also has a little fan. I've never seen the fan come on. I did a little research about what that fan is for and found that if the router gets super hot, that fan will kick on and you likely just aren't hammering the router hard enough. And I hammer the router pretty hard, so I would expect I, of all people, would see that fan. It's never come on. So then I was following that up with, well, how do I even know if the fan works if it doesn't come on? And so there was a way to get into a hidden menu in the router's firmware to activate that fan. And when I selected it, the fan did start up, and it was the first time I ever seen it run. And then I shut that feature back off again and put it back to only running when it needs to run. Most routers don't have fans. Most routers just are passively cooled. They generally don't get that hot. But when you get into these higher end routers, they do have CPUs in them, processors with up to 4 cores in some cases. Same with NAS devices, have little CPUs. They're small little computers. So these are small computers in here. And the difference is on the cheaper routers, they're more basic computers. They might be more Raspberry Pi-like, where these may be more like desktop computers you had 10 years ago or 15 years ago. They're at 1.8, 2 gigahertz, 4 cores. It's crazy. But when it's moving as much data as it's trying to move all at the same time, it needs the processing power. The data, could be held up, not because your internet service provider or cable modem can't handle it, but because your router
can only process the data so fast. So in that case, when it's multitasking, having a multi-core processor is going to improve your throughput performance for multiple connected devices at the same time. Bob R says he's seen Ethernet cables on Amazon that say they are Cat 7 and Cat 8. Are they for real? Kind of. There really aren't the standards being enforced, and there's some debate over what Cat 7 is and what Cat 8 is, but everybody has agreed with the Cat 6 and Cat 6A cables need to be design spec wise. And so I personally won't buy any Cat 7 or Cat 8 cables because I don't trust them. I think that's very suspicious. And while there is a standard, not everybody's following that standard that's claiming to be Cat 7 or Cat 8. I don't know why you would necessarily need those. I think Cat 7 and Cat 8 are for very specific needs, which I can't remember when I did the research on this, but that they were playing, the people who are making the cables available for sale, a lot of them aren't up to the actual spec. So the only official spec that I recommend, due to the consistency in the industry of the manufacturers and what they're selling, is Cat 6, Cat 6A. I wouldn't go above that. Cat 6A, really, if you want to move 10 gigabits per second, I don't even know how you're going to do that. I don't know anybody who's got a 10 gigabit per second internet connection. I know some people that have a 1 gig internet connection. They have Gigablast and stuff like that. But that's 10 times that for Cat 6A. It's also a difficult cable to run. It's an expensive cable to buy. And I think it's a complete waste of money because everything's moving to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi speeds are already going faster than gigabit. Used to be that if you ran a gigabit Ethernet cable, a Cat 5 cable, that would always be faster and more secure than Wi-Fi. Well, these days you can get Wi-Fi that runs faster than a gigabit Ethernet cable. It's still not as secure, right? Because a cable, you have to actually be in the building to get into the cable. But if they get into the router or the computer that the cable or Wi-Fi are connected to, it's game over regardless. So I don't really see security being an issue. If you set up a good password, you keep your router up to date, you can get a faster connection through Wi-Fi, and that's only going to get faster, right? We're still evolving this technology, and the Wi-Fi is evolving faster than the wired. Right now, for home use, you can get a 2.5 gig internet connection, and to do so, you're going to spend some bucks, and you're probably going to see, instead of 130 megabytes per second across your network, you'll see 250. So if you're moving big files that take a minute to transfer, they're going to take 30 seconds. And you're going to pay big money for that. And you need 2.5 on the router, any switches, any computer for that to work. You can't just have it on one side. It's got to be on both sides. And so it gets expensive. Then they have 10 gigabit per second, as I mentioned. That's really expensive. And I don't know anybody that can saturate that. You'd need to be in a big, like, high-rise downtown building with multiple floors and hundreds of employees to justify that kind of connection. I'm sure there's some home user who's got it. It's like having a 12,000 horsepower car. What are you going to do with that? It'd be expensive, impractical, probably expensive to maintain, and just so much more power than you could ever put down onto the ground, even if you could use it. Your tires will just spin. They won't be able to grab anything. So in much the same way, if you have this super high-end equipment and you're only using this much of it, it's just a waste of money, and it's not easy to configure it in my experience. It's a huge waste of money. You're likely not going to grow into it. What's more than likely going to happen is Wi-Fi is going to reach speeds of 10 gigabits per second. And then you won't have all the expensive cabling and network switches and stuff. It'll all be built into the routers, built into the Wi-Fi cards. You watch. Same with solid state drives. Solid state drive capacities have always been a fraction of mechanical hard drives. But every solid state drive that comes out, they can double what the capacity is. So if they were at 64 gigs and they were 128, then they were 256, 512, 1 terabyte, 2 terabytes, 4 terabytes, and 8 terabytes. So the next will be a 16 terabyte, and then a 32, then a 64, then 128, then 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096, 8192, 16384. And it goes on and on, just doubles, 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 doubles. So what happens is over time, as the solid state drive technology evolves, it will leapfrog over the capacity of hard drives, mechanical hard drives. And hard drives will not be able to keep up. So hard drives, mechanical hard drives, are in their sort of final value days, because once that 16 terabyte solid state drive comes out, they're already going to be near the max capacity of a desktop hard drive, which is around 20 terabytes. It's about the biggest you could buy. Now, when they first come out, they're going to be way more expensive, but that price will come down as manufacturing ramps up and more people buy them. As it scales up, the price to manufacture comes down. Then after that, we go to 32 terabytes. There won't be any mechanical desktop drive likely of that capacity by the time. It's likely that a solid state drive will hit 32 terabytes before a mechanical hard drive will. The mechanical hard drive will always be cheaper and slower and less reliable. The solid state drive will always be faster, use less power, and be more reliable. So the solid state drive will win in the end. It's just a waiting game. I think Wi-Fi is moving the same direction. While the speeds don't always necessarily double, they are adding more wireless channels, more wireless frequencies. These are now tri-band. Instead of 2.4 and 5, they now add a 6, I think, on here as well. And these tri-band routers, because you're using yet another channel, it's not as commonly used. Like the most commonly used Wi-Fi channel is that 2.4. Everybody's got 2.4, but not everybody has 5 or 6. And so if you can get onto these lesser used channels, there's less noise, less interference. It's a cleaner signal, and you're going to get better performance. But as we move up in the frequencies, when we go from 2.4 to 5, they don't have as much range. We go from 5 to 6, little less range. So the higher that number goes, if we go to 8 or 10, range keeps dropping, but because the range is dropping, the performance is also going up. Obviously, if you have a slow performance on the other side of the house and you walk to the opposite side of the house, your performance goes up because you've closed in the distance. But also being on a less frequently used channel, especially if you're in a condo or an apartment where a lot of people are living separated only by drywall, they're going to have their router, you're going to have yours, and they can interfere with one another and cause performance outages and other random bizarre behavior. If you want to run your own cables to avoid that, you certainly can. However, you're going to probably climb into an attic. You got to be careful you don't cause any damage and fall through the ceiling or put any holes in the ceiling that you didn't intend to. And you might think, well, there's an electrical cable going down here, I'll just use the same hull. That electrical cable, it's sending off a signal around it. It's electrical noise going through that electrical cable. So if you run a data cable next to an electrical cable, your data gets all corrupted. So in general, when you're running a data cable, you want to make sure you're running it away from power lines. You can go over a power line, but you don't want to run alongside of it. Good luck getting your signal to work. You're gonna say, Carrie, I got a Gigabit Ethernet card in my desktop computer, and my router is Gigabit, and when I connect them together, I can't get more than 100 megabytes. How come? Did you run the cable yourself? Yeah. Did you run it down the same next to an electrical outlet? Yeah. Yeah, you can't do that. Well, you can do it if you buy shielded network cable. Shielded network cable is hard, it's inflexible, and it's very difficult to run it, and it's expensive. It's got like a foil wrapped around the outside of the cable, and that acts as a shield from electrical noise caused by other things too close to it. So a wired isn't always a better solution if you don't know how to wire it. If you've cut the ends of the wire too far, then you're not going to get the performance anymore. See the wire, it's tied together, it's twisted together. 4 separate pairs of wires. Each pair is 2 wires. They're twisted together. There's so many twists per inch. That's what defines a Cat5 cable from a Cat6 or a Cat6A, is these twists. How many twists per inch? And it costs money, obviously, for a machine to do this work and to do it so precisely. And the reason they're twisted together is by twisting them, it avoids the interference coming from the next set of wires. And so since all 4 pairs of wires are bundled close together, by twisting them together, that's a natural way of avoiding any sort of bleeding or crossover of the signal that's happening around the cable. So when you take the end of the cable and you strip it, because you're going to plug it into a network jack in the wall, and you strip that much of it, it's all interference you've just created. You can strip it about 1 inch. Any more than that, and you're not going to get the performance that that cable can deliver if you punched it down correctly to the jack. Also, if you just put a little RJ45 clip on the end and crimp it down, just 1 inch of cable, that's it. Anything more than that, it will negatively impact the performance of that cable. So the stuff is very precise if you want to have high performance. Most people can expose 3-4 inches of that cable and not know the difference. But somebody goes in there and tests that cable and tests what the transmission speed or frequency of that cable is, and they're going to see it's been diminished. And when they realize how much of the cable's exposed and untwisted, well, the solution's a simple one once you're able to identify it. William Dawson says Wi-Fi is a strange animal. In some places it works great, in others it has a hard time if it works at all. Wi-Fi works the same no matter where you are. If I take this router and I plug it into your house, its range is going to be limited by other electrical devices you have in your house, how many neighbors and what Wi-Fi channels and bands they are using, and how close they are to you. Also, how close the 2 routers are to each other, or multiple routers. Could be multiple homes. But I assure you, the router is working exactly the same at your house as it works at mine. Wi-Fi is consistent. It is not random. When you're having weird problems with the Wi-Fi, that's because there's something in the environment, not the Wi-Fi router. There's something in the environment that is interfering. Whether it's another Wi-Fi router, a microwave oven, could be a lot of different things that cause this interference. And what that tells me is the people who set up the router for the Wi-Fi you're using did not set it up correctly, or they aren't maintaining it correctly. It may be that when they installed it, they didn't have these problems, but then the neighbors bought a router, and that router ends up being on the same frequency as this one. And throughout different times of the day, it may perform erratically. And to somebody who doesn't know anything about Wi-Fi, they can just go, well, isn't Wi-Fi a mystery, how it's so finicky? And it's moody and fickle. One day it wants to work and one day it doesn't. No. Router works the same 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, unless there's something wrong with it. But what the router can't control is all the other things in that router's environment. And you may not be able to control all the things in that router's environment, such as your neighbors. Like I said, a neighbor with a car with a built-in hotspot, every time he pulls into his driveway and sits in his car listening to music, talking on the phone, my Wi-Fi signal would drop. And once I figured that out, I simply changed the channel manually on the router, and that problem has been gone ever since. The first thing I thought was I should go ask him to change the channel of the Wi-Fi on his car. I'm not going to have that discussion with him. Then I realized he doesn't have to do anything. I don't have to ask him to do it. That's on me. I can change my channel. My channel was fine. Whatever the router defaulted to was working fine. Nothing changed on the router. The performance of the router never changed. The router didn't suddenly become fickle. The router was doing the same thing it's always done. Something new was introduced into the environment, and it was conflicting with the channel my router was using. So routers will always work the same. They are not fickle. They are easily predictable unless there's something wrong with the router. Then it's a configuration issue only. And it just means somebody hasn't properly configured it, or they haven't reconfigured it in response to something in the environment that has since changed. Dennis Paulson says magnetic fields will kill a signal. Power transformers will kill a signal. Yeah, but that should be consistent. In other words, it should be not during certain times of the day, and intermittent. It should be all the time. So that's very easy to figure that out and to select a different channel or a different frequency or a different placement of the router. Frankie McAvoy says, Kerry, I've got 4 desktops connected to my router. Would you advise leaving the router on the whole time or just when I use my desktop? Do they use a lot of electricity? Back in the day, we would advise people to shut their routers off for internet security or shut their modems off, because without a router, you didn't have a firewall and people could just attack you all day long. The routers use very, very low power. They are intended to be left on 24/7 and never turn them off. If you want to have problems, turn your router off and on a regular basis. And then one day you're going to go turn it on and things aren't going to work anymore. So my advice is, this is a device, once you configure it, you shouldn't have to touch it again unless you're updating it or you're making some configuration change for some reason, changing a password or making some adjustments to the configuration. But as far as touching this router, you should never need to touch it other than if you do a little cleanup and you got dust on it, you want to dust it off. I've seen modems and routers, they have Wi-Fi buttons to turn the Wi-Fi off. And I can't tell you the number of calls I've gotten from customers who pick the router up to dust, and they put it back down, and the Wi-Fi button was under their thumb. And they go, Kerry, my Wi-Fi doesn't work anymore. I go, well, does your internet work? Well, no, my Wi-Fi doesn't work. Yeah, I know your Wi-Fi doesn't work, but do you have anything plugged into the router, like a desktop? Yeah, okay, does the internet work on that? Yes, but the internet's not working on the Wi-Fi. So I already know, all right, we got a problem with the Wi-Fi, not the modem, not the internet service provider. Did you do anything? Did you move the router for any reason? Did you clean the router, were you dusting? Oh yeah, I was dusting. Okay, so you'll likely push the Wi-Fi button. I don't think it has a Wi-Fi button. No, it likely it has a Wi-Fi button. So like on the XR500 Netgear, yeah, pick it up and you'll hit that Wi-Fi button every time. I've seen Motorola cable modems, they have a button on top. You hit that button on top, it puts the modem into standby. These days, my advice is leave them on 24/7. They do not use much power at all. If you're having an internet problem and they tell you to reset your modem or router, don't do it. So there's a difference between power cycling and resetting. A reset requires you get like a paper clip, and there's usually a little hole somewhere like right here, and you push that little reset button in. And you hold it in for like 30 seconds and it erases all your configuration and it brings it to the out of the box. It'd be like taking your cell phone and hitting the reset button on your cell phone. All your pictures, all your contacts, all that stuff gets wiped out, right? When you do that. Well, in a similar way, if you hit the reset because some technical support person tells you to, you just know you're going to lose everything. You're going to lose your password, you're going to lose your Wi-Fi configuration, your Wi-Fi name, your Wi-Fi password, any port forwarding, any customization, gone. It's resetting it back to the factory settings. So if somebody is telling you to do that, I would strongly recommend you say no. You can unplug the router or modem. You can pull the plug. Sometimes they have an off-on switch. I think this one, yeah, this one has an on-off switch. Either way, you cut power to it. Whether you use the switch, you can unplug it from the wall or unplug it from the back of the router and modem. Leave them off for 30 to 60 seconds before you plug them back in. They're little capacitors. You need to let them drain or it makes no difference at all if you don't let them drain. Once the power is drained, you just have to guess. Better to be safe than sorry. I would wait 60 seconds and plug it back in, let the lights come back on, give it a second to reinitialize, to boot up, and to communicate with your modem. And when you do the router, you should do the modem at the same time. They both need about 2 or 3 minutes to resynchronize each other, and then you should be back up and running. Do not ever hit that reset button. I have never seen that fix a problem. All that does is create new problems you didn't have. So now you went from not having internet to having a modem that's been completely, or a router that's been completely reset, and all your Wi-Fi is completely gone, and you don't have internet. So now you just doubled your problem. So be very cautious of that instruction if you're ever given it. If somebody says to reset it, what they really mean is to unplug it, to turn it off and back on again, but leave it off for a minute before you turn it back on, and do the router and the modem at the same time. That will fix 99% of the problems. The other 1% is either a bad modem, a bad router, something has gone wrong, a bad cable, or if the Wi-Fi button has been pressed, it's going to stay off, right? So even if you unplug it and plug it back in, if it's a physical button, you're going to have to press it to turn it back on again. I'm pointing on the front. This doesn't have one, but the XR500 I have at Studio 8 does, and it's right up in the front. And it looks like it's a Wi-Fi light, but it looks like all the other lights on the front of the modem, but this light is also a button. It's kind of tricky because it doesn't appear to be a button. So it's very easy to inadvertently press it. The same with those Motorola surfboard modems. Sometimes they have a button on the top. Press that button. Watch what happens. All the lights on the front of the modem go out, and you're no longer connected to the internet. Why is that there? I don't know. You know, if all you have is a modem with no router, I understand you want to disconnect that modem from the internet at night. But these days, you never want to unplug your modem because you may have other devices. You might have appliances, cameras, doorbells, thermostats. They'll all go offline. I have some lighting that I like to turn on and off through my smartphone. If the internet goes down, I can't turn the lights off. They have a manual switch, but it's kind of a pain in the rear end. So for example, if I want my porch light to come on every day at sunset and then to go off every day at sunrise, that's configurable in the smart app on my phone. But if the internet goes down, that light can't know whether to turn on or turn off, and it'll stay in whatever state it was in until the internet comes back on. So there's other devices that you may be connecting that you don't realize. People that have Teslas and they leave their Tesla in the garage, the Tesla's connected generally to your Wi-Fi. And the Tesla will often get updates from your Wi-Fi overnight while you're sleeping. Your computer, if you leave it on and your modem and router on, will also get updates from Windows and other things while you're sleeping, so it doesn't interfere with your day. So always, any electronics that you want to last long, don't turn them on and off. The more you turn something on and off, the problem you're going to experience will generally be when you go to turn it on. I'd say 60% or more of the problems I get calls for happen on a Monday. When people shut off their equipment on a Friday, they don't know anything was wrong with the equipment. It was running fine. And then they go to turn it back on Monday, that's when I get the calls. If they would just leave it on, the calls stop. So I advise all my customers in businesses to leave their computers on 24/7, and they have to leave their modems on and their routers. They have to be on. And the reason they have to be on, besides what I've already just said, is I want to log in remotely and do work off business hours. I want to work on their computers at 7 o'clock at night or 1 o'clock in the morning or on a weekend remotely. So I need those computers left on so I can log in and do the updates and the backups and all the other things I need to do to make sure that their computers are well maintained. That doesn't require me to get in the car and drive to the customer's location, unlock the door, enter the alarm code, or to come in during business hours in the heat of the day in all the traffic in Phoenix and interrupt the business productivity of the employees as they sit and wait for me, as they stare at me while I do magical things that make no sense to them. So it's just easier
to work around the employees off business hours. And in order to do that, I need those computers left on. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of other devices you may not even realize or that you've forgotten about that are connecting to your router. And the minute you disconnect it, those devices go offline. A Ring doorbell would be a perfect example of that. John Williams says, Spectrum provides our modem. Is there firmware updates for this hardware? That will happen automatically by the internet service provider. They will provide updates to your modem as they require, and they don't ask you for your permission. It happens without your knowledge. In most cases, they'll do it late at night. Your internet will go down for like 10 minutes and come back up, and that's usually a result of a firmware upgrade happening to the modem. But your internet service provider will deploy those updates without your consent because it's their equipment, and they'll do it as well as they please. So you don't worry about that. It's not yours to configure. Or, I mean, you can configure it, but it's not yours to update. It's technically possible for you to go and get a firmware update, and in doing so, you could damage the configuration that your ISP requires, and your ISP may choose to charge you to fix it. They might say, hey, you caused this problem, we're not going to fix it for free. So I advise you, if you have a modem that is supplied by your internet service provider, don't get in it. A lot of times they've already set login names and passwords and Wi-Fi passwords, and I suggest you leave them alone. What happens is I have people that get themselves in trouble because they think they're so smart. They're going to change that nonsense password on the bottom of the router. It's usually a sticker on the bottom of the router that has the login information, SSID and SSID password. And it'll be a jumble of letters and numbers. And they'll say, oh, this thing's such a pain in the butt. You know, when a guest comes over, it's like uppercase this, lowercase that, number this, number that. It's a pain, so I just want a simple password. Well, a simple password's also what the hackers want. It makes it easier for them to break into you. And then what they do, they always do this, they forget what they changed it to. They go, Kerry, what do? I don't remember what I changed it to. I said, when you changed it, did you like get a little Post-it note and write down on the, and stick it under the router stick it over the information that's on the sticker on the router? No, I didn't think to do that. I have nothing I can do to help you. You can get a little clothespin and you can hit that reset switch and it'll put everything back to factory settings. Or you can call your cable company and ask them for support since it's their modem. That's it. So I suggest you leave it alone. And when you buy your own, then it's on you to configure it and update it. Bob R wants to know, what is the USB port for on these routers? So a modem won't have that, but a router will. The USB port, this one should have one or two, doesn't it? Uh-oh, there's not a USB port on it. It doesn't. Oh, this does have buttons on the front of it right there. See, they're kind of hidden. They're easy to accidentally press. Okay, so we have a USB-C and a USB 3 port here. So what you can do with that, a couple of things. We can take a printer and we can run the USB cable from the printer into the router, and then we can share that printer so everybody can print to it. Well, aren't printers also Wi-Fi? Yes. Just like a desktop computer, we can plug the computer in with a cable, or we can use a USB or any kind of Wi-Fi adapter and connect the desktop via Wi-Fi, right? Whereas a laptop usually requires Wi-Fi. A cell phone or a tablet definitely require Wi-Fi. There's no cable option unless they have a USB port and you can plug a USB to Ethernet adapter in there, right? Something like, well, that's not one. There's one in this drawer, somewhere in here, in my spare parts drawer. But it's just a little USB cable where it's USB on one side. This is an HDMI, or yeah, this mini HDMI. Anyway, but it looks like this, except it's an Ethernet on one side and USB on the other.
And they sell those at Amazon, USB Type-C, USB Type-A, whatever. On a router, the reason the USB port there is to share a printer. Not all printers have Wi-Fi, by the way. Some printers are hardline only. Some don't have any connection at all, in which case this isn't going to help you. There's still a way to share a printer, which would be to hook it directly to the computer. Most printers are USB, so if you're plugging the printer into your computer via USB, then you can plug it into the USB on the router as well. But if you plug it into a computer, as long as that computer's turned on with sharing enabled to the printer, then other people can print to it. But if that computer's turned off, they cannot print to it. By plugging the printer into the router, leaving the printer on and leaving the router on, anybody connected to the router, even with a phone, could, in theory, print to that printer. The other thing you can use that USB for is storage. Like a network attached storage, you could grab, let's see if I got one here. Yes, I do. You know those USB hard drives that are sold? They make big ones, they make small ones, Western Digital MyBook versus like Seagate Elements or Western Digital Passport. This is an older style of Seagate Elements. And it's just a USB external drive. It could be a mechanical drive, solid state drive, could be a flash drive, doesn't matter, right? It's USB, that's all that matters. We can take this USB storage drive and we can plug it into this USB port over here instead of a printer, and then we can assign a drive letter. We can map a drive letter to this. So every computer, whether it's wired or wireless, that's communicating with this router can see and share files to this drive, to whatever capacity this drive is. So let's say I'm making a video right now, and I am going to record that video onto this computer. For performance reasons, I want it recorded locally. Once I'm done recording it, then I can take the file off of there and then go to drive letter X. Let's just say I map a drive letter called X and I make it drive X on every connected computer in this house. And then I click on drive letter X and then I see this drive. I say I want to copy this video file I just created over to this. I don't want to save it directly to this when I'm recording because the recording speed, this isn't going to be fast enough on Wi-Fi. So, anyway, however big the file is, it's going over the network. So it's going to be a little bit slower than if I were copying it locally from, drive C to drive D, let's say, inside the computer, or even to a USB drive. This is going to be slower than that because we're running, Gigabit, whatever the speed of the Wi-Fi is. So this is probably going to run 70, 80 megabytes a second, whereas if it was plugged directly in to the computer, it'd run about 130. But anyway, if it was hardlined, it could easily do 130 anyway. And mechanical drives aren't exactly the fastest to begin with. You'd need a solid state drive if you really want to see faster numbers. But then once I copy the file, so I've created the file, it's saved it to this computer through the video capture card. When I'm done, I can take that file, copy it over the network to this drive. Then I can go in the other room, fire up my laptop with the video editing software on it, and once again, I'm going to copy the file off of here. I don't want to work on the file because of how big it is, and the network Wi-Fi, I don't want to congest it with all that traffic. So I'm going to copy the file over to the laptop. When I'm done, I'm going to render that out as a final file, and then I may choose to then replace the master file or make a directory for the video project that, these are the raw files, this is the master file. Or if you're making as much content as I'm making and you don't want to store every file you make, I could just strictly upload it right to YouTube from there and then delete the file and delete it off of there and free up more space for the next file. So this enables me to share files and folders not through a computer but through the router itself. You can just take a flash drive and plug a flash drive in and do the same exact thing, but of course your capacity is probably going to be much smaller of the flash drive than it would be on one of these drives. I could get a large capacity Western Digital MyBook, but that also needs power. So now I need to plug a USB cable in, and much like a printer, I have to provide the drive power. So that's another cable I got to plug into the wall. If I didn't need a surge protector before, I'm going to. In whatever area you have your router, it's going to start to get crowded. And then when you need somebody's cleaning and dusting, if they pick this thing up and set it down too hard, they can damage it because it's mechanical. If it's one of those big Western Digital My Books and it gets knocked over, it's probably going to permanently damage it. You don't have this problem with a flash drive or a solid state drive. They can be knocked around while they're powered on and it doesn't make any difference. So there are pros and cons to utilizing that. And of course, it's there to meet specific individuals' needs, expectations, and budgets. This is cheaper than buying a Synology NAS. It's also not as useful, but it may be more preferential than just sharing a folder on a computer. You see, with this plugged into the router, this never turns off and this never turns off. So any computer at any time that gets powered on and connects to this will have access to this or to the printer. In this case, because there's a USB Type-C and a USB 3, we could utilize a printer on one and storage on the other. In the example, I said you could unplug the printer and plug this in because there's only one Type A connector here. But if I got an adapter, then I could use both USB ports at the same time. That's also what you're paying for with more expensive routers, is that functionality that will not be on cheaper routers. These are all great questions. Let's see if we got any more before I continue on. Thank you, Dakota Lee, contributes $5. It says, hello, I just wanted to let you know I got my CPU cooler. Thanks a million and keep up the good work, brother. Hey, enjoy that cooler, Dakota. It's an interesting one. Roy Starman contributes again, $5, says one can download Wi-Fi and analyzers on your phone that shows your channel usage. This is true, but I find those mostly to be a waste of time. And the reason for that is there's things in the environment that your Wi-Fi analyzer will be showing you that are not in your control. That means that when your neighbors are utilizing something during certain hours of the day, if you're not also using the Wi-Fi analyzer at that same time, how would you know? So really, a proper Wi-Fi analyzer is something that would analyze over the course of at least a week, 24/7, and then give you a summary of what channels are being used least often and which channels are being used most often. There's this idea that people have that it's like a radio station that's going to broadcast at 93.3 FM and it never changes. But that's not the case. Your neighbors may have drones or other electronic devices that they use periodically that, when in use, affect your router. And unless you're using the Wi-Fi analyzer at exactly that moment, the Wi-Fi analyzer can't see it if it's not in use, and it's useless to you to look at the results. So really, you need a survey over the course of several days in order to determine, because these things are not static. They don't just typically stay. They waver around throughout the day. Unless you live in the country away from neighbors, then you likely wouldn't even need a Wi-Fi analyzer because there wouldn't be any other signal that's competing with you. So I think people overrate these Wi-Fi analyzers. They're great to solve a problem in the moment, if they work at all. But then whenever is causing the issue, when that goes away or when it reappears, the whole thing, it's like a seesaw. It'll go back and forth. And so only through a site survey done over the course of several days can you really ascertain properly a proper audit of the signals in use. You know, again, when you're looking at those smartphone Wi-Fi analyzers, they give you a lot of information that for the most part is useless because it's just at that time of day where you're standing. And I've used Wi-Fi analyzers 3 or 4 times, and all they did was eat my time. Never has a Wi-Fi analyzer ever helped me fix a problem. But that's just my experience. XRod666 contributes $10 and says, what do you think about using fiber for networking? Well, fiber for networking is well beyond my price range. The equipment is traditionally for business, large business that's moving a lot of data. Chances are no home network would see any benefit from fiber because your drives, your storage drives, your NASs, none of it runs off of that. To buy the equipment, you would need server level equipment. You would need server level smart managed switches.
You would need an extraordinarily expensive internet connection, and generally speaking, fiber isn't to give you more performance for a guy sitting in his room working on his computer. Fiber's there to get 100 or 1,000 people all working together at the same time, and they can all have fast performance at the same time through this little tiny fiber cable. So if you've got a ton of traffic that's happening simultaneously from multiple sources, fiber can be a lifesaver, because it's, at the end of the day, it's cheaper than any other way of doing it, and it's also a very small, easy to run cable, but it's expensive. And if you put that into a house, you'll never ever be able to fully utilize that. Not with today's technology, and not with any technology coming out in the next few years. Probably at least the next 10 years. You would have no use for it likely ever. But that could change depending on the data consumption habits and services that become culturally accepted and demanded on. Now, if somewhere like Google is promoting Google Fiber in your neighborhood, that's an internet service, right? And so that's an alternative to DSL or cable. And if you can get fiber from your internet service provider, it's only fiber to the internet. It's not fiber in your house, right? So the router, or the modem rather, modem's going to have a fiber input and an Ethernet output. So it's still going to be your 1 gig Ethernet regardless. And since most people only have 1 gig Ethernet, anything faster than that would be a waste of money. And the faster you go, the more expensive it is. So again, it'd be like having a 15,000 horsepower car. You wouldn't be able to get the power onto the ground, even if you had a purpose for that much power. The wheels would just spin. They would never gain traction. But thank you. These are all good questions. Thank you for the contributions. Where is the ceiling in technology? There is no ceiling in technology. It doesn't exist. Hey, there's Marty, contributes $20. Hey, Marty, thank you. Good to see you. Keith Benjamin says he's got a Netgear Nighthawk X4S R7800. It's been going strong since 2016. I made a mesh system out of it using 2 Netgear Wi-Fi mesh range extenders, EX8000. Yeah, when you can get a good router and you can, grow with the router instead of having to replace it, it's less trouble than having to do the research to buy the new one and then reconfigure everything all over again. And then what do you do with the old router, which still works but no longer meets your needs? You want to make sure you clear all your private passwords and stuff off of it before you give it to a friend or sell it. And that's where that reset button comes in handy. You hit that reset button, hold it in for about 30 seconds with a unfolded paper clip, and that sets it right back to factory default so you could safely sell it or give it away. So that's one less thing you have to deal with if you can continue to use the same router and expand it. Matt says, if I bought 16 gigs of RAM and one went bad, do I have to return both sticks? Yes. Yeah. The sticks are paired together for dual channel performance. If the sticks are not paired together, then your dual channel performance will be affected, negating the whole point of having 2 sticks. The sticks, if they're sold in pairs, have to be returned in pairs. That's pretty much everything you buy. If you want to return anything you're buying, you generally have to return all of it. Generally. There's some exceptions, but if you bought one RAM module and then you bought another RAM module, and one of those RAM modules went bad, you'd only send back the one. But if you bought the memory in pairs, or if you bought the memory in a quad channel, so 4 sticks, then you have to return all 4 sticks because they were made together. That's the only way the manufacturer can guarantee that they will work together in dual channel or quad channel mode. If you decide to buy the same memory module but made in a different batch from the same maker and the same model, it'll likely work, but the manufacturer won't guarantee it. And if it does work, the manufacturer won't guarantee that it's working at its maximum performance ability, what it's truly capable of. It might work, but not work as well. And you're not likely going to notice the difference as an end user. But yes, you bought it in pairs, you return it as pairs. These are great questions. Any other questions we can ask before we move on? And Michael Waymer says, remember those Soho routers are just a commodity device. Most folks don't need or can use most or all of the features. Agreed. Yeah, and by a commodity device, what he's saying is they're disposable. They're not meant to be expanded or upgraded. They're meant to suit a need for a point in time and then to be replaced when they no longer meet the requirements of the owner, which could be for performance reasons, security reasons, or features and capabilities. Yeah, there is no upgrade that can be done to most routers. They're simply replaceable. You could buy a refillable lighter, or you can buy a BIC disposable lighter. And when that BIC disposable lighter runs out of fuel, well, there are hacks to refill them. They're dangerous. They're a lot of trouble. They're messy, and they don't always work, and could result in injury. So I would suggest you throw it away. And if you want to refill a lighter, buy a refillable lighter. They cost more money, and they require maintenance. A disposable lighter, if the flint goes bad, it doesn't ignite, you just throw it away, regardless of the fuel level. It's a commodity item. This is the culture we live in now. We are in a throw-it-away society. Well, a big portion of society is concerned about the environment. It is having a massive impact on the environment. You go and you buy a bottle of water. That's the thing that kills me. Whenever, like, the pandemic started, people would rush to the stores and buy cases of water, but they weren't buying spring water. They weren't buying they weren't buying mineral water or distilled water or sparkling water. What they were buying was municipality water. That's the same water that comes out of your own sink. And they run it through a reverse osmosis filter, and then they charge you for it. So I want you to think about that for a minute. The water you get out of your sink, coming from the same source, is that when you see on the bottle of water it says purified, that means they use the same water that you are using to your house. And they're selling it to you when you've already paid the city for it. You're already paying the city for your water. So now this company says, here's a bottle of water for $1.29. You could refill that bottle of water with your sink. It's the same water 3,500 times before it would cost you $1.29. So the cost is the plastic bottle, the cost is the weight of distribution, and there's really not much cost in the reverse osmosis process. Some people already have that with a water softener system in their house. So that's all they're doing to it. They're just running it through reverse osmosis. It's municipality water that belongs to your city, to your government, and they're selling it to you at an extraordinarily marked up price. Now, if it's spring water, different story, right? If it's mineral water, distilled water, or sparkling water, or tonic water, soda water, these are different kinds of waters. But purified water, oh, what a waste of money. You can buy a Brita pitcher, fill it with the water from your faucet, and sit it in your refrigerator and chill it down, and you won't be able to taste any difference. It's the same water being filtered. You just have to filter it, and you've got the same water. So when you see me drink a bottle of water, it's always spring water, whether that's Fiji or Arrowhead or Deer Park. It's spring water, and I can taste it. Like, I know that's spring water. It doesn't have all the chemicals the city puts in it. And when you get purified water, it has this softness, almost a salty or sodium kind of nature to it. And so we talk about living in a disposable society, and we talk about how it's affecting the environment. These little plastic bottles, they get tossed
in the trash, they get left on the ground, and they take forever to biodegrade. And it's one thing if you're bottling from a natural spring and then shipping that from Fiji, let's say, which, again, is an environmental nightmare when you consider the plastics that are being made to make the bottles, the fuel that's being used by the ships to carry that water, the trucks to haul the water to the store. It's an environmental disaster. But you go, well, I like this water. Well, of course you like it. It's from Fiji. It's natural spring water from Fiji. It's very pure. It's very clean. And then you take that plastic bottle and you chuck it, and it's going to forever be in the landfill. So, but to do that with the same water that comes out of your sink doesn't make any sense to me. And I just think it's an ignorance or a laziness that people can't be bothered, and their convenience is more important than the environment. As a result, when it comes to things like disposable lighters, commodities like routers, it's all meant to be thrown away. There's no repair. TP-Link doesn't repair. Netgear doesn't repair. Asus, Linksys, none of them repair anything they make. For the most part, certainly not a router anyway. Let me correct that. They don't repair routers. They design the router, and then they call around to some manufacturers in China and they say, how much would you charge me to build my design? And I need 250,000 units. When can you get it to me, and how much will you charge me? And they have a position called an actuary. And the actuary's job at Asus or Netgear is to determine an average of how many routers that you sell are going to come back for warranty, because you need to have a spare one to send back. We won't be repairing them, right? You think about how manufacturing works. If a manufacturer is, I don't know, they're making something, whatever, I don't care what it is, and the output of what they're making has something left over they don't use, they will sell that leftover stuff to somebody else. So in the case of, I'm trying to think of something, in the case of a lot of vegetable or fruit mechanical processes where it might be getting sliced up or chopped up, and there's pieces that get thrown away, when you're dealing in a factory, you're going to have several tons of pieces. And those pieces will often be sold off to farms to use as cattle feed and things of that nature, so that anything left over in the manufacturing process, you're going to try and find a way to sell that to offshoot the costs of manufacturing, right? So manufacturers are sort of recyclable by nature in order to be profitable. But the consumers are the ones that are creating all this environmental nonsense. And because it's cheaper to simply send you another one than to pay somebody to sit down and diagnose it, when they get the bad units, they'll get into a stack and they'll often sell them off without even so much as looking at them. They'll just go, we got a pallet of routers that were returned, could be scratched, dented, or have problems, we don't know. Some might be just fine. We'll sell that pallet off to the highest bidder. They're typically at auction. Then somebody's going to get that pallet, and they're going to go through it, and then they may have the skill and the time to physically solder and repair and diagnose them, or they might just look for the ones that work, run them through a quick test, and put them up for sale as refurbished. But generally, the manufacturer doesn't do that. That's done by another party that the manufacturer sells those to. So the manufacturer doesn't take a complete loss of whatever this costs to make and ship, right? And so they're gonna, when they're having the contractor make these in the factory, the actuary determines how many do we think we're going to sell, and what percentage of those, on average, do we need to have for warranty replacements, and then that's the contract. We need that many units. And it's all done in one process. That factory tools up to make this router, and then when they finish that order, they might tool up and make this one for a competitor. Yes, it is quite possible the same factory built this router that built this one. Maybe. It's very possible.
I'm just looking to see if there's other questions I missed. So Rick wants to know, if I have 120 megahertz spectrum internet, I don't know what that is, and an AX5700 router, what will my real life speeds be, both Wi-Fi and hardwired? There's no set Wi-Fi speed depending on what your range is from the router, what obstacles are in your path, and what interference exists in your environment and what your walls are made of. The environment is going to determine, combined with the distance from the router, as well as the receiving side of the router. In other words, if you're in a laptop or a cell phone, like this is a Galaxy S22, so it's Wi-Fi 6E, I'm pretty sure. But if this was a Galaxy S10, it wouldn't matter if the router was Wi-Fi 6E. If the phone is Wi-Fi 5, then the router is going to communicate at Wi-Fi 5 speeds. With regards to your internet speed, you can go to speedtest.net and you can take a look at what speeds you're getting. Your internet bill should tell you what you're paying for. A certain amount of receiving or download speed and a certain amount of upload or sending speed. So look at your invoice. It will specify what your speed is, and then compare that to your speedtest.net results. Now, if anybody in the house is using the internet, like watching a movie, streaming a movie, you're not going to get your full speed because someone else is using it at the same time. So if you're the only one in the house and you know nothing else is communicating, then you can test and see your speed. If your speed is much lower than expected, try restarting the modem and the router. Turn them off, wait a minute, turn them back on, wait another 2 to 3 minutes for them to communicate and get back up and running. Run speedtest.net again. If you continually get slow speeds, call your internet service provider. You know the one you pay every month? They have a support line. That's why it's there. Ask them what speed you should be getting. Ask them why you're getting such and such a speed. Also, if you have a wireless device, before you call your internet service provider, check with your phone. Run speedtest.net with your phone or with another internet connected device. Don't run them at the same time and see if the speeds are the same. If one's getting the speed you expect and one isn't, that's not an internet service provider problem. That's a you problem. That's a problem either with your network card, your configuration, your cabling, your Wi-Fi. Something is causing that. So verify from at least 2 different connected sources your speedtest.net results. And if they're the same, and they are what you're expecting, everything's fine. If they're not the same, if they'll never be exactly the same, but they've got to be significantly different numbers, then you still don't have an internet service provider problem. If they're the same, but they're lower numbers than you expect on both devices, then call your internet service provider for support and ask them how to explain that. A lot of times what the cable company out here in Phoenix will do is they'll say, we can send a technician to your house, but if we find out that the problem is because of you and your configuration, we're billing you for the service call. But if the problem is because of us, we'll take care of it at no charge. And we can send a technician out next Thursday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Will you be home during that time? Good luck with that, but that's how that works. It's also possible you call them and they go, let me check the speed to the modem. They can do that from their side. And they can say, oh, you know what? It looks like the modem's not getting a full signal from the pole outside or from the node. In which case, they'll schedule a technician to go out and fix it. And it's usually something that's fixed outside the house. If it's something they have to fix inside the house, it's likely a billable call to you. Ramon says, Comcast doesn't publish what your upload speed should be. It may not be published, but if you call and ask them, they'll tell you. So Cox Gigablast, they'll talk about the same thing. It's a gig download. What's the upload? They don't say. But if you call them and you ask them, like, explain to me the different tiers. Well, we've got Gigablast. Okay, so that's the best one? Yeah. That's 1,000. They always say that's 1,000 out. I go, okay, well, that's obvious, but what's the up? Oh, it's 35. So it's 1,000 down, 35 up. Is there any tier higher than that? No, you'd have to get fiber, and we don't offer that to you in your area. So that's the best you can have. Then you can call the DSL provider and say, what's the best you got? And out here, the DSL provider says 1.5 up and down. 1.5 gig? Oh, no. 1.5 meg. I'm getting 1,000 from the cable company. Yeah. We offer 1,000 too, just not in your area. Check again in a few months. 10 years later. Check again in a few months. 10 years later. Still 1.5. Check again in a few months. That's what DSL's like in Phoenix. At least in the neighborhoods I've been in. You'd have to be like in a brand new area where they just freshly, put the infrastructure in for it, because they have to rip up the streets and everything. And since they're doing that in new construction anyway, they're generally putting fiber in the ground right out of the get-go. It's cheaper to do that than to come back and redo it. Rick says, okay, my internet download speed is 120, but this router says 5700. I'm confused. 5700 is referring to the wireless megabits per second. A bit is a bit of a byte. When you say you have 120 down, you've got eight times that in bits. So take 120 and multiply that times 8. Or when your router says 5700, divide that by 8, because you're looking at bytes, which is with a capital B. It'll be listed as like 120, capital B, lowercase p, lowercase s, bytes per second. If it's a lowercase letter b, so if it's at 120 lowercase b, that's 120 bits. So you'd have to divide that by 8 to determine how many bytes that is. That's been the same with computers since the invention of the 8-bit computer. As far as I can recall, the 8-bit computer. Yeah, 8 bits is 1 byte. Hey, there's Marty again with $10. He says, if you call your cable company, they can reboot everything over the phone. They can't reboot your router, but if the router and modem are from the cable company and they're in one box, they can reboot that one box, which would have that effect. But if you're on the phone with them that's connected through that box and they reboot it while you're on the phone, it will disconnect that phone call. So make sure you call on your cell phone. And make sure it's not a Wi-Fi call. Because when they reboot that box, all that goes away for a good 3 minutes before it comes back up again. But yes, unless you provided your own modem, in which case the cable company probably cannot control it. And that's why you won't get any support. So you have different speeds on networking, just like there are different speeds on a freeway. If you get on a freeway, what's the minimum speed of any freeway, any interstate freeway in the United States? Generally speaking, it is 55 miles per hour. But if you're on a residential road, that's generally 25 miles an hour. And if you're on a residential main artery, that's usually 40 or 45 miles an hour. Well, the same is true with networking. When you're on this side of the router and you want to transfer files from one computer to another, the router can transfer the files way faster than your internet service provides. That's why an upload of a file can take 2 hours, but copying the file locally from one computer to another only takes a few minutes. So the router has the ability to transmit the data on this side much, much faster if it's a nice router. And then the other side, your internet service provider is only providing your internet at a fraction of the speed that your hard drive can move data or your network card can move data. So if you've got a gigabit network card, but you only have 120 meg, that's 1/10 of the speed of the possibility of how fast that card can go.
But when that card is talking to a gigabit router and the gigabit router is talking to another computer that's gigabit in your building, then the data is moving at gigabit speeds back and forth. But when you want to send that gigabit of data out through 120, it's like funneling all this freeway traffic down onto a city road. Have you ever been on a freeway or a highway and suddenly it says traffic light ahead? You're like, I'm on a highway. There shouldn't be any traffic lights. And what the highway is doing is it's coming into a small town. And you'll see this a lot on road trips in the United States. You'll come into a town. And so it's going to say speed reduced ahead. Even though you haven't gotten off the road, you're on the same road where the speed limit was much higher. But now you're coming into a congested area where people live. And it doesn't even have to be congested. It's just people live in this area. So there's going to be pedestrian traffic and things that you wouldn't expect on a highway in the middle of nowhere. Well, now you're entering a little town. And that little town is going to write you a ticket if you go speeding through it. They like to have their cops out there with the radar detectors looking for people that set their cruise control and don't slow down. And there may be businesses and schools and other stuff just for a mile or two, and then the freeway opens back up, or the highway opens back up to higher speed limits. Well, in much the same way, when this goes out to the internet, it's bottlenecking down to whatever your internet speed is. Whether that's a sending speed or a receiving speed, the router is waiting. The router can do much, much faster than that. But it's not the only purpose of the router to communicate to your internet. The router is also used to communicate files and to share printers between computers, not just one or two, two or three computers, but up to 254 computers all at the same time. And so the more people that are connecting to the router, the more traffic it generates. So if the router is, if I've got two computers in my house and I want to share files and printers between the two computers, the router's like, a router like this or this, that's nothing. Nothing. That's an overkill situation unless I've got these for ping times in gaming, or I've got these for range on a big house, or for higher performance on Wi-Fi. But where the higher performance in Wi-Fi, and to some extent the range, really come in is when you're connecting multiple devices. So now let's say I'm in a 8-bedroom house. It could happen. And I want Wi-Fi in the kitchen, I want Wi-Fi in the den, I want Wi-Fi in the library, I want Wi-Fi in the basement, I want Wi-Fi upstairs, I want Wi-Fi in the master bedroom, I want Wi-Fi I want the whole house covered in Wi-Fi. When I go out to the garage and I'm working on the car, I want Wi-Fi in the garage. Maybe I just want to listen to the Spotify or something like that. I want it in the garage. Well, that's going to take a lot of bandwidth if there's people in all 8 of those bedrooms, and somebody's in the kitchen, and people are streaming, they're gaming on their consoles, they're on their phones, right? If there's 8 bedrooms, there's at least 8 phones. That's safe to say. And they're all talking to this router at the same time. Somebody's watching a movie on Amazon Prime, somebody's playing a game on their Xbox, somebody's Skyping or Zooming for work, and it's all being funneled in an orderly fashion, controlled by the router, out to your internet at whatever speed the internet you're paying for it can handle. So everybody has to wait. So there might be some lagging, there might be some buffering if they're all trying to do something at the same time. So if there was no internet involved and all they were doing was talking to each other, the router could handle that no problem. But when you go out to your internet, then the router can't go faster than the service you're paying for. The good news is if you update your service, sometimes your service gets upgraded without your choice. Sometimes the internet service provider just says, we've changed our basic tier, so you're getting more now, and too bad if you don't like it. This router will handle that. And if you decide to manually call them and say, I want to upgrade, the router will handle it. You won't have to replace the router. And if you never do that, you don't have to replace the router either. So it has the potential to grow into, but the benefit of the speed isn't just it has nothing to do with your internet. It has to do with the ability of multiple people sharing that single internet connection and to speak with each other, to share files and folders amongst each other, not just to necessarily 2 computers, but amongst, up to 254, all at the same time. Is that any clearer? Do my best to explain this stuff. I like to use analogies
And I can't really think of a good one on this other than traffic in the freeways. Do you have to register your own router with your ISP to gain access to the internet? Yes, your ISP won't just let anybody plug in, because how do they know who to bill? So each router has a serial number and what's called a media access control or MAC address. So typically when you call your cable provider and you have a new modem, like let's just say I don't want to pay the cable company for their modem anymore. I call the cable company and I say, I want to buy my own modem. What brands do you recommend? And they might say, well, what brand do you want? I don't want to read the whole list. So I'll say, I want to buy a Motorola or an Aris cable modem. Do you have any of those on the approved list? And they said, yes, we have 2. And I get a pen and paper and I say, please tell me what they are. And it's some obscure model, XBs, blah, blah, blah. I write it down and then I repeat it. X-Ray Boy 500. Yeah, okay. Then I go and I say thank you and I hang up the phone. I go to Amazon and I look for those devices and then I determine from how they look and what their ratings are which one I want to buy. I order it, it comes into the mail, and what I do is I unplug my existing cable modem, which is going to shut everybody in the house down. I plug in the new cable modem, screw the cable into the back of it, plug the router into the back of it, and the light will just blink on it. It will not connect. So now I call my internet service provider and I say, I got the modem that was recommended and I need you to give it permission. There's a word for this. I can't remember what it's called. There's a word they use essentially to give it permission on the network. And their software is designed so that they cannot add 2 modems. So in order for them to add that modem, they have to take the other one off. Otherwise, what would prevent you from giving that modem to a friend who lives down the block and they could plug it in and you'd be on the same network and it would have permission and they wouldn't have to pay the bill. So that you can only allow 1 cable modem unless you set up something special with your internet service provider where perhaps you've got a roommate and you want your roommate to have his own cable modem, but they will trench another cable to the house to do that. You can pay for different IP addresses, which they can do with a specialty modem as well, but that's getting into some complicated stuff. So overall, you're only allowed 1 modem, and that modem is acknowledged by its, typically its serial number or its MAC address. No 2 are the same. So once that's programmed into their computer, the gates are open and the internet data can flow. And there's no expense to you apart from buying the modem and making that phone call. It's nothing they can charge you for. But they may not offer you any support. Maybe, maybe not. If you bought a modem that, like in this case, I called them and asked them, then they should be able to update the firmware on those modems as they need to for their network because you bought a modem they support. So they should still support you in that scenario. But if you just bought a modem and said to heck with it and hope for the best and it works, they will not support it at all and they will not send firmware updates to it. You were on your own. Andrew Epperson contributes $2. Was the word provisioning? Yes, that was the word. They call it provisioning, but what they mean when they say they need to provision the modem, what they mean is they need to grant it access. They need to allow permission. And they do use that word. I couldn't think of the word, but it is provisioning, correct. Not the word I would use for it, but that's the word they use for it. Watching You Daily says they have to provision the modem. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I see a lot of people got that. Thank you, guys. Rick contributes $2. Rick says, thank you, Kerry. I'll need to review your info again. It's a lot of info, but it's very, very logical. Your internet service provider is providing your internet service at the speed you're paying for. Your router is providing the speed you're paying for, and your wireless adapter or your Ethernet adapter is providing data at the speed you paid for.
So if you bought a wireless adapter, like that little antenna I had out here a minute ago, and you wirelessly connected to this router, that's your slowest point. If your internet service provider is 100 megabits, but your wireless router is 1 gigabit, that's 10 times faster, then everything that can run at, let's say, gigabit over the Wi-Fi or over the LAN locally within your building will run at those speeds. But anytime any of those devices want to go out to the internet, then they can only go as fast as the internet connection. Or in the case of a cheap little Wi-Fi adapter, that might be slower than your internet connection and your modem and can only run as fast as the the network adapter. So the cheaper the network adapter, it slows everything else. The speed of anything it's connecting to won't matter, because of the slowest or weakest link in the chain defines the strength of the whole chain. You understand? So everything has to be equal to expect equal performance around everything. If things are not equal, if this device that you're connecting is 20 years old and you're plugging it into a brand new router, that's not going to make the 20-year-old thing much faster. If you upgrade your internet service to an old router or an old modem, you may not be able to achieve the speeds that they're charging you for. They don't care if you can achieve the speeds. They don't care if you use your internet 17 hours a day or 17 minutes a month. You're going to pay the same amount of money, regardless of what speed you're actually getting. That's up to you to determine that. They generally check it when they install it. They have a special device, handheld equipment that they typically use, and they can verify the modem is getting the speeds. Once it gets out of the modem, that's on you as far as they're concerned. Their job ends at the modem. If the modem has a built-in router, as they're starting to do now, then to some extent that puts that little bit more on them. But they can't help it if the thing you're connecting to their modem router is 15 or 20 years old. If you've got an old cell phone and you refuse to upgrade it, and you're like, I'm fine with my LG, okay, well, but it's not going to go any faster just because all the other stuff's faster. If you have an old car and the transmission won't go into second gear, so you can only rev it up to about 20 miles an hour, it won't matter what tires you put on there. It won't matter if you change the muffler. That has nothing to do with your transmission and the limits of the car. It won't matter if you put the car on the freeway where the speed limit's higher, you still can't go that speed. You need a car that's capable of going that speed or faster. If you want the car to go faster, you need a car that can go faster, and you need to drive it on a road that you can go faster. And you need to make sure you have tires that are rated for the speeds you want to drive at. You want to drive 130 miles an hour on regular consumer tires you just bought? You're probably going to have a tire overheat, blow. You're going to lose steering on your car. You're going to spin out of control. You're going to slam into a wall or a tree or a telephone pole. And likely at that rate of impact, you're not going to survive. So in that case, there's real visible consequences. With a router, because we're talking about data, we have to picture that in our heads. It's nothing we can hold in our hands like a tire. This is something you have to visualize. You have to visualize water flowing. Right? The water flowing this way and water flowing that way. And the size of the canal, the flow of the water is going to be adjusted by the width of the canal. How many people can get in the water in the canal? How big is the canal? You can't put more people in it than the canal can hold, right? So that's, if you try and visualize data like water, we've got water here locally, and then we have water we're sending out to the world. And the water we're sending out to the world, we can't send out a huge stream like this unless we pay a lot of money for a big pipe. Sometimes they call the internet a series of pipes. You can picture it like water, if that helps. And we can have all the water flow we want here in the building. But when we're taking water and we want to wash the car, we just have a garden hose. I don't have the fire hydrant. I can't access legally the fire hydrant and get this huge stream of water coming out of it. I bet I could probably call the fire department. Like if I had to fill a pool and I need 25,000 gallons of water, I can leave the hose on for about 3 or 4 days and fill that pool up. Or I can call the fire department. In most municipalities, the fire department will come out, hook the hose up to the hydrant, and fill your pool up in about 2 hours. Now, it's all about how much money you want to spend. The more you spend, the faster you can go. But you can't just spend the money on the router. You can't just spend the money on the internet service provider. You can't just spend the money on a wireless adapter. You have to do all of the above. Otherwise, whatever is the slowest point in that chain will be the fastest that that device at that side of the chain can run. So if I have a 15-year-old laptop hooked up to this router, and I have a brand new laptop hooked up to this router, everything that communicates between the router and the new laptop will happen fast. And everything that happens between the router and the old laptop, it's still an old laptop. It won't run any faster. But at the same time, it doesn't cause a traffic backup over here. It's only causing the traffic backup. It's in its own way, but it's not in anybody else's way. Not on a modern router. Now, if you have an older, cheaper router, it is possible that a slow Wi-Fi device slows down all your Wi-Fi devices. That depends how old and how inexpensive your router was. We're still evolving the technology, and everybody's got different needs, different budgets, and different expectations. So to have a one-size-fits-all router that always works the same for everybody, no matter their environment, no matter how many connected devices they have, we have not evolved to that point. It has not happened yet. What if the old laptop has a new Wi-Fi card? If the old laptop, let's say you have an older laptop and you buy a nice expensive USB Wi-Fi adapter, then your connection to the internet or your connection to your local area network will be faster. But if your internal hard drive is still an old mechanical drive, you won't move faster than about 100 megabytes a second, regardless. If your processor can't handle the amount of data or you don't have enough RAM, it won't be any faster. But if the laptop has a multi-core processor, at least 16 gigs of RAM, and you've added the Wi-Fi. See, what I'm getting at is by then you could probably just buy a new laptop. But just doing that isn't really going to make any difference if you haven't changed anything else out. You will see a connected speed. If you check it, your connected speed will be faster. But now the limitation isn't on the Wi-Fi. Now it's on the piece of equipment you've connected that internally can't keep up with that speed of adapter you've added. And so now that becomes the slowest, call it a choke point of your system. So whether the Wi-Fi adapter is USB or internal, like let's say you open the laptop up and you change the little Wi-Fi card in it, there's still no difference. If the RAM, if the storage drive, and if the processor are old enough, then you're not really going to see any benefit because it can't process that much data that quickly. You might see a slight improvement, maybe. Again, those variables are just, there's probably over 1 trillion different variables, no exaggeration. And depending on how each variable is set will determine what your personal experience will be. But in general, once you reach a certain age of laptop where you cannot change the processors, there's a limit to how fast they're going to go. The limit of the technology from 15 years ago is significant. When you're trying to match something from 15 years ago to something that's modern, that's going to be your headache, right? That's the thing that's going to continually come back to haunt you. It will continually be a source of your frustration because you're using something in a way the engineers didn't design. So it wasn't built for that. So if you take a Chevy Spark, cheap, inexpensive starter car, and you drop a V8 motor and transmission to pair it up, that car is likely going to flip over or flip into the air from the air getting up under it. It's not meant to go that speed. So you can take it speeds it was never engineered to do.
you're likely going to lose control of that car because the rest of the car wasn't designed for those inertia and forces on it if you drive at its speed. There's a lot more to, like I say, just having the power is one thing. Being able to use that power, that's a different thing entirely. So there's two steps there, right? You've got to be able to use the power, but if you don't have it, you can't use it. But if you have it, but you have no way to use it, you can't use it. So it has to be equal on both sides.
Kenny says he put a laptop in a 2012 Toshiba laptop and got great speeds. So again, if that Toshiba laptop has a fairly modern processor in it, if it wasn't like an entry-level Toshiba laptop in 2012, but it was more of a middle or upper range laptop, upper tier laptop, that's likely possible. Or if that laptop has been upgraded with solid state storage and the RAM is at least 16 gigs of RAM, and what you did is change your network card, yes. So as I'm saying, it's possible, but there's a lot of different variables, and what works for one person may not work for another. And if what you're looking for is a specific answer, it's not possible for anyone to give you a specific answer unless they are familiar with the variables that exist in your internet offering, what Wi-Fi card, what router, and what laptop with what configuration, and what environment and what possible environmental barriers exist. Because the environmental barriers don't change. And if what's causing the slowness of the internet is your environment, changing the Ethernet adapter likely won't remedy that. You might be able to slightly improve it. You might be able to completely eliminate the problem. There's no way to know until you try. However, if you continue to try to make old stuff work with new stuff, I hope you have a lot of time on your hands, because that will continually be something you will have to, statistically speaking, that will be something that continues to have problems because you're using it in a way it wasn't designed. So, could it work? Yes. Will it work? Got to try to find out. Is it worth it? That's for you to decide. I can't make that determination. If you don't mind having to go back and correct things and adjust and manipulate and just massage it to keep it going, have at it. But if you just want to set it once and be done with it, you need to retire that laptop, and don't use a laptop more than 6 years old. Once the warranty on a laptop expires, if that laptop requires repair, unless that laptop was over $1,000, it's not worth repairing it in the United States. You're better off just buying a brand new laptop, get your new warranty, new battery, you buy the extended warranty if you want, and then when the warranty's over and the laptop still works, that's great. But once you hit about 6 years, you're only hurting yourself. You think you're saving money, but it's like, I don't want to spend money on gas, so I don't drive my car very much. Well, then why do you have it? What's the point of having the car and paying the insurance and doing the maintenance if you don't want to drive it because of the cost of gas? The cheapest part of owning the car is buying the gas. That's the cheapest part of it. So just take Uber, get rid of the car, take all the money you're wasting on the maintenance and the registration and the insurance, since you don't drive it because you don't like the cost of gas, so you rarely go anywhere. This will just get an Uber or a Lyft whenever you need to go somewhere, and probably save you some money, and you don't have to deal with that other nonsense and free up your time that you would have been spending maintaining the thing you don't use. It's kind of like that. It's like holding on to an old car. Oh, the car's 20 years old. Well, I hope you know how to work on it. Or I hope you have a trustworthy mechanic that doesn't charge an arm and a leg. I'm lucky to know Subaru Mike, but if I didn't know him, I mean, these mechanics are outrageous. They want $600 to do a brake job that Subaru Mike will do for under $200, you know? And I know the work Mike does is good. I don't know the work the guys at the shop are gonna do. I don't know the quality of work. So If you're willing to take on those risks and those expenses, that comes with keeping old stuff, whether it's a car, whether it's a computer, even a router or a modem. You know, once they're about 6 years old, a router you can go a little bit longer on, maybe if your needs aren't changing, but you know, a laptop especially, I'd say 6 years. A desktop, you get 8 to 10 out of a desktop. Once you're at 8, you should start looking, and by 10, you should pull the plug on it for security reasons. But those are just my opinions in the business. Too much is, you look at how fast technology moves. So if you get a computer today to replace one you bought 10 years ago, they're not similar. It's not a minor upgrade. It's like, you know, moving from a starter car into a Rolls Royce that are also 10 years apart. You've got technology the car didn't have, features the car didn't have, ride quality, reliability, fuel mileage, improvements in multi-gear transmission, multi-speed transmissions. You know, 10-speed transmissions in cars now. They didn't have that except on really expensive cars back in the day, dual clutches and things of that nature that improve transmission speed so much that an automatic transmission will shift faster than any manual transmission. A lot of people say, oh, you know, you want the manual transmission to get the performance. Not anymore. Now the manual transmission is slower. That's the evolution of the technology. And if you're not keeping up, then by the time you catch up, if you've waited 10 years, that's an entire decade of improvements that have gone by. So it's really an individual decision over what your expectations are and what your budget is. And no two people are the same. I've never met two people with the same needs. They can be similar, but there's always little differences. And that difference could be the budget, that difference could be the environment, that difference could be, and typically is how they use it. Is the Crucial Scanner a good program for laptop and desktop hardware upgrades? That's a question from John Williams in the chat. So I guess we're not talking about networking anymore. If you're looking to upgrade the RAM and you don't know what kind of RAM to buy, the Crucial and Kingston both have scanners, or they're not really scanners. You can, I suppose they can automatically check, but you can just manually put in the name of your laptop. And yeah, they're generally reliable. I don't use them. I think they're a waste of time and they encourage ignorance. All you have to do is run a free utility like CPU-Z and go to the memory or RAM tab or SPD tab. And it's going to give you the make and model of the RAM you've got and the speed it runs at. It'll tell you how many slots are available, how many are in use. You don't even have to open the laptop up. And then you can do a Google search or an Amazon search or a Newegg search for RAM that meets those specs. So as long as you buy RAM of the same specs, just of a different capacity, you should fully expect that to work. Crucial's only going to offer you Crucial RAM. Kingston's only going to offer you Kingston RAM. At Amazon or Newegg, you can find RAM from OLOY or ADATA, which is typically much, much cheaper. And as long as you match the specifications, you just buy the capacity you want. And that's that. This idea that you're going to trust some, there's an expression, don't ask a barber if you need a haircut. To trust Crucial or to trust Kingston blindly, to just go, well, that's my model of laptop, and you click a button. There might be several variations of the model of laptop that you didn't realize. So now you still have to go through the trouble of opening the laptop. Some are easier than others. put in the RAM and then find out the RAM doesn't work, and then you've got to work your way backwards to figure out that there was a subcategory you didn't notice, and so you selected the wrong model of laptop because you didn't get the right subcategory because you didn't realize there were different revisions of that model. It's just a really hard way to go about things by thinking you're cutting a corner by doing it easier rather than just fully understanding what it is you have and what you need to replace it with, so you know without a doubt what you need to order is correct and you have a choice of manufacturers to pick from, not just Crucial or not just Kingston. So does it work? Yes, it works. Would I use it? Never, never, ever, never, 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 ever. It's been wrong. And you get, it's not the cheap RAM they're offering you, okay? They're trying to sell RAM. That's their job. So if they can tell you what RAM to, this is the RAM we sell that's compatible with the laptop you have, click here to buy it, they're counting on your ignorance. You're going to pay more. And if you don't mind paying more, there you go, have at it. I won't do it. You get the same RAM from other manufacturers and more options just by knowing what RAM to buy. And the free utility CPU-Z will tell that to you. As will Intel's driver support agent, driver update agent, assistant. Download that for free. Even if you have an AMD system, it'll tell you the specifications of the RAM and everything installed. What do I think about Chrome devices? They're great devices for people who value them and require them, and they're terrible devices for people who don't. Just looking for any other questions I can answer before we move on. Sarge Tech says he's got an Acer Chromebook from 2013, updated the BIOS, and now it runs Linux. Well, it's not a Chromebook anymore if it's not running Chrome. Now you've got a Linux book. Okay. Some people might be hearing the air conditioner in the background. Welcome to Phoenix. We're already into 90-something degrees outside. We're only on April the 8th. How hot is it today? 95 degrees Fahrenheit today. So I'm running the air conditioner. You see how sweaty I got last night when I was broadcasting? Well, you may not have seen it, but I felt it. I was drenched because I didn't want the background noise. An Amazon gift card has come in from Diane. Oh, look at this. Says, this is not much, however, I appreciate all you do and the huge heart behind it, Carrie. I love listening when I catch you live and listen when you're not. The very best to you and your loved ones, and have already added you to my prayers for all good things. You are appreciated, a good teacher, and I do thank you. Well, thank you, Diane. Diane submitted a $10 gift card, and hey, that adds up. I appreciate any contributions because most people give nothing, so anything is better than nothing. And speaking of contributions, Bob R. sent an Amazon gift card for $10.02. That's a weird amount. He goes, this is for support of your excellent videos. Right on. Okay, that's cool. Thanks everybody. I think that catches me up with everyone. Okay. Well, thank you. John Williams says, thanks for sharing your knowledge with everyone. I learn something new every day. 36 degrees in Madison, Wisconsin. Oh, I wish I was there. 34 degrees Fahrenheit and snow in Michigan. Really? You must be in northern Michigan. I would love that right now. 95 degrees Fahrenheit in April. Steve H says, I bought a Netgear with Wi-Fi 6 18 months ago. It does make a difference in bandwidth management and speed. So again, Steve, that is your experience in your environment with the way you use the internet. Not everybody's going to experience the same performance or notice any difference the way you did because of how you use it and the number of devices you've got connected. Not everybody may have that many devices or might not use those devices as heavily as you do. So I think it's important that when you share your experience, that you identify that as being your experience and that your mileage may vary. Right? You'll see that in internet comments. And I think the best people who share information online, written form, and you see the YMMV, YMMV, your mileage may vary. That's what that means. And what they're saying is, by putting YMMV, they're saying this is my experience, your experience may be different. It's like, how many miles can I expect to get out of this car? Well, depends. How do you drive it? Are you a lead foot? Do you drive it in rain and snow? Are you in an area that's very mountainous or hilly? Will you be constantly going up and down hills? Will you be constantly loading bags of cement or towing something heavy behind it? Are you going to be driving it in reverse a bunch? Are you going to be slamming on the brakes all the time? Are you somebody who accelerates and brakes and accelerates and brakes? Your mileage may vary. You can have the same exact car I have. Same year, we could buy it the same day from the same dealership, and they could be one serial number apart. And I could get twice the gas mileage you're getting, or I could get half the gas mileage you're getting, depending on where I'm driving. Am I driving somewhere with a higher altitude and the air is thinner? Or am I driving somewhere that's mountainous? Am I constantly having my car loaded with stuff, making it haul lots of things, and dragging down, the performance ratio due to the weight? All of these factors determine what mileage you're going to get. And that's why there's always sort of a range. But some people can do better than the highest end of that range, and some people are going to experience worse than the lowest end of the range. They might find out they've been driving with the parking brake on for the last week. There's all kinds of stuff that interferes with, or it may be the car's fine and you drive exactly the same, but you're sitting in traffic all the time, and I'm constantly moving. So your car's got more wear and tear because you're getting lower mileage because you're idling, burning gas where you idle, and then you're moving 5 or 6 miles an hour and hitting your brakes, and you're spending more time idling than driving, and so your gas mileage just right down in the toilet. Bob R. says this car speedometer says it can go to 120 miles an hour, but I won't test it. Many people do, Bob. Many people do. And I'm not saying it's right, but at least here in Phoenix. Yeah, we're talking about electric vehicles in the chat. Batteries are the same way. You can ask me which battery is better, an Energizer or a Duracell. Depends how you use it and what you're using it in. Are you using it in a high drain device like a flashlight? Or using it in a low drain device like a wall clock?
that's going to affect how long that battery is going to last. So yeah, and of course, is the battery outside? Is it suffering through the cold and hot temperature every day, day after day? That will diminish the life of a battery. So it's not like you can just say, if you buy this thing, you're going to have this experience. You can't really do that with anything in life. You can buy this blanket, it could keep you warm. Doesn't keep me warm. You can eat this meal, it'll be the best meal you've ever eaten. I didn't think it was that good. You could buy these shoes, they're the most comfortable shoes you can wear. I wore them and I didn't find them comfortable at all. You see what I'm going with? This is the softest carpeting you can walk on. I've walked on softer. This is the best song you'll ever hear. That's the worst song I've ever heard. I hope you guys are getting what I'm saying. The equipment is capable. Are you? And is the equipment you're connecting to it as capable as what you're connecting it to? And I mean from the internet side and from the LAN side. A LAN is a local area network. That's all of the computers and electronic devices that you are connecting internally. The internet is external. That's a wide area network, or WAN, W-A-N. So the router is connecting the WAN, that's the world, to the LAN, not land, but LAN, the local area network, which is typically one building, typically, is a LAN. And you connect the LAN to the WAN. That's what a router does. It connects your local network in that building to the world outside. That's an overly simplistic way to describe its purpose. So I have not turned either one of these routers on. Let's fire one up, since the questions seem to have died down now. Let's start with this TP link and let's see how easy they are to set up. Generally speaking, they configure themselves. If you just answer some questions these days, they're much easier to set up. The more expensive routers out of the box are easier to set up than they were. But any modern router you buy at any price point, if it's modern, super easy to set up. There's no more driver disk. Remember, people used to load software to set up their routers? That drove me crazy. What are you doing? Well, my Linksys router came with the CD, and like, you don't use the CD. Oh, my internet service provider gave me the cable modem and the CD. And all they did was brand the Internet Explorer with their ISP logo, and they loaded some monitoring software, and they're eating up your computer resources. You never have ever needed to load any software, never, to configure a router. So the first thing I did is take all the software off. It doesn't deconfigure the router. It's just the dumbest thing. So let me look back here for a laptop I can use, and we can plug a laptop into the router and see if we can't walk you through the setup process here. Now bear in mind, this is live, unedited, and so mistakes can happen, but we'll see if we can make sense of this. You know what, this laptop does not have an HDMI output, so let me grab a different laptop. Let's see, this one should do it. Yeah, this one has HDMI. So we'll grab an HDMI cable. Hopefully the batteries are charged in this, or I'll have to get a power adapter. And then we need to give this power, like so. Now normally you would plug, this one port here is blue, and that's going to be for your cable modem or your DSL modem. We're going to pretend like we have a modem. And so we'll just plug in to the other router, and we'll get a non-routable IP address on that side. This is not the proper way to set up two routers together, but for the purposes of today, we'll do that. And I'm going to have to, there's no Wi-Fi between this laptop and this router because I haven't set it up. So I have to hardwire the router to configure it. So how am I going to do that? I don't think I can connect it to Wi-Fi on this router, but let me just check.
Yeah, it's not coming up. So, oh, I haven't turned it on. Let me go ahead and hit the power switch. And this router is going to take about 2 or 3 minutes to get an IP address from the modem. Okay, so you see there's a yellow light on top, and this yellow light is fading. It's going on and off. It's breathing, and I think that light will change when it's connected. I think. So we'll keep an eye on it. I've never used this router before, but most of them configure in a similar way. And when you see the routers that have a lot of antennas, those are the more powerful routers that are typically on multiple bands and can handle multiple streams. Each antenna can usually handle a stream. Okay, so the light is now, it was solid red, now it's solid amber. Now I'm curious, if I come over to this laptop, if I will see a TP-Link Wi-Fi that's open so I can configure it. Normally, in the past, when I do older routers, I do have to run a cable to them. No, nothing is appearing Wi-Fi on this router, and I think it's configured. The light is solid now. Now, this laptop I don't think has an Ethernet connection. I think it's Wi-Fi only to save space. So I have to get a USB cable and a patch cable to connect the two together. You would normally do this with a desktop. All right, so I need that USB Wi-Fi adapter that I was looking for earlier to show you, and now I actually need it. And you only have to do this pretty much once. So, you know, even if you don't plan to keep it hardwired, you generally do need it hardwired to configure it. So here I've got a USB to Ethernet adapter. These are, I buy all this stuff from Amazon. These are relatively inexpensive. It's probably Gigabit on this side, USB 3 on that side. And we'll just plug it into a USB slot here on the laptop. And then I need a patch cable just to go from here to any of these 8 ports. Doesn't matter which one. So let me go in the other room and let me find, I have a bunch of Ethernet patch cables. I just have to find them. And they're in the worst possible place, right? Of course they are. So hang in there with me for a minute as I go into, what would I call this? It looks like a Fry's Electronics threw up in here. Okay, cables. I've got cables. This one should be fine. Okay. Typically, these really short Ethernet cables are used in server racks where you're just patching a short cable over a couple of inches. So they make really short Ethernet cables, you know, to connect something from the top of the rack down to the bottom of the rack. Or sometimes you got to do cable management, so it'll go in the middle of the rack. You've got to bring it over and then down and then back over again. Just to go 2 inches, you've got to go all the way across, down, and all the way back. So you don't have this cable covering up the equipment, making it harder to work on the equipment, and other cables get in the way. So anyway, they make shorter cables for that. But we can use it here because we're just going to have an unnatural positioning of the router and computer. They normally wouldn't be this close together. Even if they were this close together, you typically wouldn't be on Wi-Fi when you can just run a cable to it. So the router is going to issue an IP address automatically to this computer, and this device should have been auto-detected by Windows requiring no third-party driver. So it does recognize that we've connected to a network. Let me switch over to the HDMI output of this laptop so you can get a better idea of what I am looking at here as we go through the configuration of this router. So let me go back to the OBS software and turn that on. There, good. Okay, so Let me make this full screen so I can see it. And this is asking if we want to be able to share files and folders on this network it's detected. If you are in a public space, like a Starbucks, and you're using their Wi-Fi, then the answer is going to be no. But if it's in your house, then the answer might be yes if you want to potentially share files and folders. So this doesn't enable file and folder sharing. It enables your computer to be even seen on the network. By selecting no, they shouldn't even see your computer on the network. And that's a safer bet when you're using a hotel or a restaurant or some Wi-Fi that does not belong to you. Now, if all I do is open Internet Explorer or Microsoft Edge, right? I'm old. If all I do is open this, the first thing it should do is take me to the router configuration page, because we've never configured the router, and the router won't let us do anything until we configure it. It won't let us do anything online. That's the way modern routers work. Let's see if I'm right. This is a brand new install of a brand new laptop. I've not done anything with this. So if you've added firewalls or security software to your computer, this may not work the same because you could have software blocking it. But just as a factory fresh laptop. And it's bringing up the internet just fine, which is interesting to me because it didn't ask us for any configuration. Most new routers do, and I have never turned that router back on. However, it is a refurbished router, and it may have been left in whatever condition it was shipped in. Some customer who had it previously, the original configuration may still be on it, or this may just be the way TP-Link does it. So what do I do if the router doesn't come up automatically? Well, with many routers, you can enter an either an IP address or a web address, excuse me, that accesses the router locally. If I look on the bottom of the router, there's usually a sticker. And I just unplugged the router by mistake. And it says the default access is to go to tplinkwifi.net. So let me go back to the main camera for a second. Excuse me. Let's go back to camera 1. And let's unplug everything from the router. Wait, camera 1 first. Okay, I want to unplug everything so I can bring the router up to you. Most modern routers are going to have a sticker or a label on the bottom. You see that? And we don't really care about any of this information. I don't care about it. What I'm looking for is it says default access HTTP tplinkwifi.net. I'm positioning the router so you can't see the whole router. I want you to see what I'm trying to show you. It's hard for me to point it because it's backwards. Everything's backwards. Right there. Right there. All right. So since that didn't come up for us automatically, we're going to need to go there in the browser. So all I'm going to do is plug everything back in and give it a minute to reinitialize. So give it power again. Give it the cable modem into the blue slot, or the slot that's away from all the others. And then take the cable from the laptop and literally plug it into any of these ports. Doesn't matter which one I plug it into. And then turn it back on and give it a minute to initialize, and we'll continue. I will go back to the OBS software. We'll go back to the laptop screen, and we'll see if we have reconnected now to the network. Okay. Now I'm confused. What am I outputting? I am outputting the screen. Okay. What was that web address again? It was http//tp-link. Oh, wait a minute. http tp-link Wi-Fi.net. Ah, that is logging into the router. So this is a local web address. In other words, the TP-Link Wi-Fi.net is a little web host inside of the router. We're not actually going out to the internet. This looks like a web page, and it is a web page, but it's being provided by that router, not by TP-Link corporate headquarters, you know, somewhere in the world. If I unplug the router, this web page is no longer available. It says it wants me to log in with a local password, and I don't know what the default password is. That's typically going to be included in a Get Started guide that comes with the router. But I'm going to take a few guesses before I look at the instructions. Typically, the password out of the box is going to be password. No. Sometimes you just leave it blank. No. Sometimes it's admin. Nope. Okay, well, that's all my guesses. So what I would do is, using another device, if I still don't want to look at the directions because I'm stubborn, TP-Link router default password. So since any hacker could look this up, you always want to change the default password. The default login username and password are both admin. Well, I was right. See, there's the AX11000, password capital A, admin. Let's try that. I can hit this little eyeball and it'll show what we're typing. Admin. Caps do matter. It is not that. Okay, so there's a little other information that we should pay attention to. It's giving us the firmware version. We're going to check for a new one after we log in, but we don't know what this password is, and I think I may need to reset this modem to figure it out. Sometimes they put the password on the bottom of the modem, so I'm going to look, and I've just unplugged the modem again. Let me look on the bottom. I'm not unplugging it on purpose. It's when I move the modem around, I keep calling it a modem. When I move the router around, I see it has default SSIDs for some reason, as well as a default wireless password PIN number. PINs are very easy to hack. I see a serial number, but I don't see any login information. Some other router manufacturers like Netgear will give you the default login and password, but you are intended to change those. You're not supposed to leave them for security reasons. You can see how easy it is to look up those defaults. So I'm going to plug the router back in, and once again I have to wait for that to turn on. And let me untangle the wire coming off of the power adapter so it won't keep unplugging from the weight of the adapter when I move. Well, hopefully this will help prevent that from happening. Okay, because that's happened twice now. So let me go back to camera 1. Normally you would not have to reset a brand new router, but if you are buying a refurbished router, we don't necessarily know that the refurbishers are all going to go through the same process of resetting these things. They should. So what I'm going to do is I've got a little box of paper clips. I don't use much paper clips for clipping paper anymore, but they are great for those little tiny recessed reset buttons and all different kinds of electronics, from cell phones to ejecting a stuck DVD drawer. You know, they got a little recessed hole. You stick this in there, you can force that door to open. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this little paper clip, and right here there's a small hole in a very small font. It says reset. And if you don't have it straight, you're not going to hit the little surface mounted button. So you should feel a little something in there. Once you feel it, then you can push on it, and you should hear it click. And you hold that in until you see something on the lights on the modem blink. So it's blinking, it's blue and it's blinking right now. So that is factory resetting. Once it's done factory resetting after about 30 seconds, then it has to reboot itself and then reconnect. So there it's fading with the amber breathing light. And then once it obtains an IP address from the modem, that should go solid. And again, that can take up to 90 seconds once that light starts blinking. And it could take up to 90 seconds for that light to start blinking for a total of about 3 minutes. But preferably it'll be less than that. So that resets the router back to factory defaults, which is how it should have been sent. And maybe it was sent that way. Let's see if its behavior is the same. So I keep forgetting I have to switch back and forth. So now the light's still fading on and off. It's still rebooting itself and retraining. But in the meantime, I'll switch back over to the laptop screen. And I'm going to close the browser because that's a cached page now. So I'm going to close that out. Okay, the light has gone solid on the router. So let's bring up Microsoft Edge again. It's still taking us to the internet. Nothing has changed. Let's go back to the TP-Link Wi-Fi. This is what we want to see. First thing it says is you need to create an administrator password. So this is a password that needs to be something that's not easily guessed. All right, and if you're not sure what you're typing, because whatever I type is going to appear as asterisks, I'm not typing asterisks. I could, but that's just covering what I'm typing. To hit that little eyeball, it'll now show you what you're typing in case you want to see it. But if there's somebody looking over your shoulder, obviously you wouldn't want people to see it. And that's why you've got to type it in twice. Make sure when you set it, you know what you're setting it to. So let's set it to something simple for demonstration purposes, and you should never ever use this password, and it is telling us how strong the password is. It's not a strong password. Do not use that password. But why would I use my real password in a public demonstration? You think I'm stupid? All right, so click Let's Get Started. See, it's going to walk you through the entire setup here. The router does keep track of the date and time. Whether that's important to you shouldn't hurt. I'm in UTC -7. That's Arizona. It's its own time zone. And I'll hit next. Now it says select your connection type. It's safe to just hit auto detect. Let the router determine what kind of connection you have and then hit next. Now you can report a different MAC address. Some internet service providers limit the internet to a specific MAC address. So let's say you had you were at a hotel and you were paying for the Wi-Fi at the hotel. So the hotel is going to tie that Wi-Fi to the device you paid with. And that device has this MAC address. Remember, we talked about MAC addresses. We can tell the router to tell it its MAC address matches the device you paid for the access, and then you can then share that access through the router with as many people as you want. But in this case, we're just going to use the default MAC address. Now, we can enable Smart Connect. Smart Connect will automatically switch between 2.4 or 5 gigahertz, whichever one's stronger. If your device will also, the device you're connecting with, like a smartphone, can do that. So it doesn't hurt to enable that. There's a little question mark. If you tap it, we'll give you a small answer to what that is. Maybe you don't need Wi-Fi and you don't want it. You can turn the wireless radio off and you don't have to worry about somebody hacking you from Wi-Fi. But most people want the Wi-Fi. You should give the wireless network a name. We don't want to call it TP-Link. That lets a hacker know what equipment you have, which will make it easier for them to hack you. Smart hacker could also see what equipment you have from the MAC address. So by obscuring the MAC address to a Linksys MAC address, you would be fooling a potential hacker to try and use Linksys exploits on a TP-Link router. So that might be something clever you could do. And then as far as a network name, give it something unique. I wouldn't want to call it Carries. That would be obvious. If anybody knows who Carrie is in the neighborhood, they know that's my Wi-Fi. So we're going to set it there because we shouldn't. And for the password, we're going to pick Carries. All right, we can do the same. This is really terrible to do this, but what I'm saying is you should take this seriously and you shouldn't broadcast it on a YouTube channel out to the world when you do. So since we are broadcasting to the world and we don't know the intent of the viewers, we're going to choose things that are ultra simple but you shouldn't. Oh, the password should be 8. Okay. Like that. Now it's going to test our internet connection. It says this could take several seconds. Please wait. This is all happening in real time with no edits. And then it's got us a summary that our 2.4 gigahertz radio and our 5 gigahertz radio have the same ID because we have Smart Connect on. So they'll also have the same password. That's how it can auto switch to devices that are on one network or the other. And then we'll hit next. Now it says you can get TP-Link cloud service. Now this is unique to TP-Link. You won't typically see this on other brands. Log in to bind the router to your TP-Link ID so you can manage your network remotely. Well, if you can manage it remotely, so can hackers who guess your ID and password. So I'm going to skip this. I don't want remote access. Then I don't have to worry about anybody gaining remote access. Now it shows our internet IP address is a 192.168 non-routable address, which is there for a purpose, so you don't see my real IP address for security reasons. This router has a speed test built into it, which you can run, which I'm not interested in because I can go to speedtest.net. But if your speeds on the router are good, but the speeds on the computer or smartphone that are connecting to the router are not good, this can help isolate where the speed incident is occurring. If in this case the internet speed is good, but it is not good on our connected device, then it is a problem with the connected device's availability, connectivity, hardware, or software configurations. Now, the first thing I want to do when I set up a new router is make sure I have the latest firmware. That's typically in an advanced section. Now, on a TP-Link router, they're going to set this up visually different than other brands so they don't get sued. But they're all pretty much going to have the same sections, but they may look different, or they might be on the left, or they might be at the bottom, or they might be at the top. They might be smaller letters, bigger letters. I want to go to advanced. So I tap on that. And I want to go to the left side. See all these options on the left? And what I want to look at may be system firmware upgrade. See, so I'm guessing where that was, but firmware upgrade, that's what we're looking for. Now it says you've got version 123, build 202, 10719, release 14685553. Hardware is an AX11000 version 1.0. Check for updates. Firmware is up to date. Do I believe it? Let's double check. Let's type in Archer AX11000. Let's go to Google first of all. Google. Because I'm skeptical. I don't believe it. Archer AX11000 firmware download. And I want to look for a TP-Link source under support. That's the first link that Google gives us. It says choose your hardware version. We're hardware version 1. See, some little mistake like this can screw up your router. So we've got version 1. So version 1 has different firmware than version 1.6. What is the latest version of firmware? Click on the firmware box, and it says there's a data sheet, manual. Where's the firmware? What is this? Version 1210719. These are very different numbers than what I was looking at. So let me go back to, 202.107. 10719 are the last 5 digits. And let's go look at the last 5 digits. (210.719). So that is the latest version, released in August 26th of 2021, and then this is the version before and the version before. So if we look at this number right here, right up here, 210.719, version 1 of the router, come over here, 210.719, and it says version 1.0 of the router, right? That's a little complicated, but You just hit the check for updates button, and in this case, it says firmware is up to date. Now, when it says firmware is up to date, before you've hit the button, it may not have checked it. That may be just a default answer. So make sure you hit that button, let it check, we're up to date. So that router is ready to be configured. We've set the password to log in, we've set the Wi-Fi SSID, and we've set the Wi-Fi password. So what that means is we can now unplug the Ethernet cable, and we can now connect to the router from the laptop via Wi-Fi. Let's go back to camera 1 and let me demonstrate. Now that we've configured it, I no longer need to have this if I don't want to use it. I can unplug this, unplug this, unplug this, and close out the browser. Now, the laptop is not connected to anything. So let's go back to the, where is it? There, let's go back to the laptop. Now, when we look in our wireless networks in our area, we can see Carrie's right there. Click on it. I'm not going to connect automatically. I'm going to say connect. It wants the password. What did I say the password was? I can't remember. It was all lowercase, Carrie's Wi-Fi, I think. Hit next. Secured, connected. Now we can go to the web and we can load a website up like YouTube, and we can just test to see that the site comes up properly. And there we are. Everything's working. So that's how easy it is. Now, when it comes to setting up file sharing, you have to decide what you want to share first. So I'd click on this yellow folder, go to this PC. You generally don't want to share your whole C drive, right? You generally want to share maybe a pictures or a documents folder, or you could make a folder you want to share. So typically we make a folder we want to share, or we want to share, let's say, a documents folder. So let's say we want to share documents, but we don't want people to be able to poison our computer with viruses, so we're not going to give them access to any Windows directory or any system directories. We right-click on Documents, and we go to Properties, and up here we go to Sharing, and we click it to share this. I want to share this. It says, who do you want to share this with? I want to share this with everyone, so I'll say everyone. And then I'll hit Add, so it adds everyone down here to permissions. And then I'll hit the Share button, and it says you have to turn on network discovery if you want people to be able to see it. So yes, you have to select yes. And it says the folders shown below were previously shared. You can replace their current settings with the same. I don't want to do that, so don't change the settings. And it says this is the directory of the documents folder, the full directory name, and that's done. Now, if it's saying you have to enter a password and you don't want to, go back to Properties again, and go to Advanced Sharing, and say, I want to share this folder. You can change the name of how it appears, but we're going to leave it as Documents. And click on the Permissions button down here, and make sure everyone, if you want them to have read and write access so they can save files as well as read them, allow full control, hit OK, hit OK. Wait, did I miss something? Let me just double check. Back to permissions. Yeah, that's all good, so OK, OK, and close. Now I should be able to go to any other computer on this, connected to this router, go to the Network tab, and I should see, well, there's the router, I should see this computer. There it is. If I double tap on it, there's the Documents folder, and then there is access. And that's how you share folders. And the same would be the same for a printer. If the printer is attached to the router, then you're going to go to your Add Printer, right? You're going to go to your Settings. You're going to say, I want to add a printer. Let's say we plug the USB cable from the printer into the back of the router. And we're going to go to Devices. And then we're going to go to Printers. And then we're going to say, Add a printer. And it's going to scan the network for any attached printers It should see it and ask you if that's what you want. You click it, it installs the driver typically automatically on Windows 10, and you're done. If the printer has a scanner and you want to add the scanning functionality, you may have to then install a driver that you download from the printer manufacturer to update the driver for scanning. And then you would go through that process to add the scanner and printer that way rather than this process. This will typically only add the printer, but it depends on the printer. If the printer has scanning functionality and you've bought the printer within the last year or so, it should add the scanner too. It's somehow finding a HP OfficeJet 6950, which is fascinating because I don't have an HP OfficeJet, nor have I ever. So I don't know where it's getting that. But if the printer doesn't come up, you can either try and do it manually by finding the printer's IP address, or simply don't add it that way. Go get the driver from the manufacturer, download it from their website, and go through setup and run through the setup, and it should automatically find it on the network when it's attached to the router, unless there's a checkbox in the router you have to turn on to enable the printer. Clear as mud, right? Well, that's it. That's all there is to it. I'm just looking in the chat now for the first time since I've had the other screen up, so I can see if I've missed any questions. Ron Barnesh says, I've sent an Amazon gift card. The computer you sent is working great. Thank you, Ron. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the computer. Okay, so that demonstrates the TP-Link router. Now, I don't want to keep that configuration. I'm not going to remember what I just did. So before I put this away, and before I give this away, let me reset it back to factory settings, and then let's run through the same thing on the Netgear router to see how they're similar and how they're different. So I'm going to just take the little paper clip, push that surface-mounted button in, and hold it in until I see the light change on top. There it goes, it's blinking, so I can let go of the button, and it's now resetting itself. And then once that's rebooted again, I will power it off, and we'll try the same initial setup out of the box with a Netgear router. Because I want you to see they're visually different, but technically it's asking all the same information, but the way it's asking looks different. If I said to you, where's the nearest restaurant? Is there a restaurant near here? Can you point me to a restaurant close by? Is there a place to eat near here? I'm asking the same question 4 different ways. You understand it regardless. These router manufacturers, because we're dealing with corporations and intellectual property and patents, if they mimic or are inspired by another competitor's design, they could get sued and held they could be liable for damages that created consumer confusion, as the case may be, or stealing technology that they didn't pay for the research and development on and have to pay a royalty to who they were inspired by. Okay. Corporate America, isn't it great? The router's reset, we'll turn it off, unplug it, and we'll set it aside. We're done with this router for now. Just set it over here. Ugh. Getting old. Ugh. Making noises when I bend over now. All right. That obviously has disconnected us from the Wi-Fi because the router's off. We've got a quick setup guide here, and you'll see they're recommending you can use your cell phone, download an app on iOS or Android, and set up your router without having to cable it up. Just give it power, download the app from the Google Play Store or the Apple Store and run through the setup over the phone. I hate that. With mesh routers, that's typically the only way you can set up a mesh router. Those are the ones where you, like a Netgear Orbi or the Eros system, where the routers are these little boxes or little towers that are about yay big, and you can plug them around the house and it gives you equal Wi-Fi all around. So they're just meant to be consumer devices, and they don't want to give the consumer too much power to screw things up. They're absolutely certain consumers will screw this up and flood their support lines. So they force you to use the app to answer the questions they ask you so that you can set up each of the devices together, pair them together, configure them with a strong password, and then that's the extent. You don't get any of the features of these kind of routers when it comes to the manipulation. And you can still plug on many of the mesh routers, they'll have like a master that you can, that'll have the USB ports that you can plug in a router, a printer, or an external drive the same way. But that's about where the customization ends for the most part. So here is our Batwing router. A piece of foam in there. That looks like this. These are the antennas. I think there's 2 or 3 or 4 antennas on inside of each panel. Typically, a router will come with a short Ethernet cable, so I wouldn't have had to go to the other room to get one if I still had the box for that, which I do, but just not here, not within my reach. So here we've got a physical adapter that plugs in as a wall wart. On the TP-Link, we had more like a laptop adapter that used a standard PC power cable in one side and then had a traditional barrel connector on the other side. These I don't really care for because they take a lot of room up on the surge protector. Sometimes, depending on the shape of your surge protector, this blocks other plugs. That means you get less things plugged into your surge protector. So I much prefer the way TP-Link did it. But they're still proprietary. I can't take the TP-Link power adapter and plug it in the Netgear or vice versa. It will likely fry the components inside. So if you don't know what these adapters are for, you can get a silver Sharpie and write on something black, right, like this, and I could write Netgear router. Or if you have a label maker, write Netgear router. Because if these two things get separated in a move, or for any reason at all, and you see what this is, you're gonna, I don't know what this goes to. Now this one does say Netgear right here, so that would be your first clue. But you can't go, well, the plug fits, it must be the right device. That's the best way to fry devices. Out of warranty, fry them. Once you've done that, you can throw it away. The adapter will still be fine, but the thing you plugged it into will likely be fried. Okay, we come around the back on this router. Now we only have 4 ports, not 8. That's typical. Depending on the price of the router, these may be 100 megabit ports. In this case, they are gigabit. We have our USB 3, just one, right there for a printer or a drive. We have a power switch, a push-on, push-off power switch. We have a switch over here that'll shut the LEDs on or off if the lights are too bright and they bother you. And then we have the pinhole for that reset button. This is fresh out of the box, never used, and it is refurbished, so I don't know if it's going to be set up correctly out of the box. And we do have a couple buttons on the front. Remember I said you could pick this up and push the button by mistake that easily and end up disabling the Wi-Fi. There is a sticker on the front that's going to tell us how to log in to the router. Right here is the information on this sticker. I'm going to go ahead and set this down backwards, and once again I can grab an Ethernet cable and run it over if I need to. But first, let me see if there is a Wi-Fi network that I can connect to available. I'm trying to see where the LEDs are on this router. They're not as prominent as they are on the TP-Link. So what I like about the TP-Link is if my internet's not working, I just need to look at the router, because if that light is flashing or it's a different color, I know there's no point trying to fix it at the computer. There's something happening at the router or the modem. This one, the lights are very subtle and they're in the back. So when you've got the router sitting on a table like this or on a shelf, you can't really see the lights back here to see what's going on. And the lights are very, very subtle. So you'd almost have to turn out the lights in the room to take a look at what is happening here. So right now the lights are blinking like crazy across the top as it's still booting up the router, and I have no modem plugged into it, right? So these lights are blinking back and forth as it's trying to ascertain what is plugged in and how to configure it. And if I go and set this down, I can look and see if I have Wi-Fi happening right now on that router. I don't. Wait a minute. I do. And they're all locked. Okay, so they're locked with some password. So I might be able to log into it remotely, wirelessly rather, not remotely. Let me grab my glasses so I can read and give it a shot. I can always do it running a LAN cable, always. And in this case, we can also use a smartphone app, which is how they're recommending for average folks. It's just 3 simple steps to get set up with the Wi-Fi app. And let's take a look. Router. Your preset wireless setting, okay, is Netgear 98. I see Netgear 98 in the list. I'll click once on that. And Strong Sparrow 062 is the default factory setting. Now, again, we aren't going to keep this, although you could if you weren't broadcasting it out to the world like I am. But if you're going to change it, you should get a little label maker and replace what they've written here with what you've changed it to. Because nobody ever remembers what they set it to be a week after they've done it, and nobody can remember where they wrote it down. So the best thing is get a Post-it note or a label maker and put it somewhere on the router. All right, so my password is Strong Sparrow 062, and I'll hit enter. And hopefully it will verify and connect us to the Wi-Fi, and then it'll walk us through configuring. Yeah, connected and secured. Remember, I don't even have a cable modem plugged in here. So what'll happen if I try and open Microsoft Edge right now is it's bringing up a cached Bing page. Let me see if I can refresh it. No, it's still coming up. So that's all cached. If I try to go to a site I've never been to before, I'll try to go back to YouTube. Yeah, it says you're not connected to the internet. So let me grab, what do I want to do? Let me get you onto the laptop screen so you can see it better. And that would make sense. If you don't have the cable modem plugged in, you can't go anywhere. So I'll plug the cable modem in. And that's in the yellow port that's separate from the others. It's got to go into that port specifically. So we are connected via Wi-Fi, and we'll give that a second to handshake and initialize and do what it needs to do. And we'll hit retry and see if it connects us here. I'm actually a little patient. I should wait a little longer. It does take a moment for that to configure. And you'll see this red bar right up here is moving to the right. See this red bar? So that's your timer. If it gets to the end, nothing happens, then it's timed out. So that's what happened, it timed out. So I'll hit the refresh button again. And if that's still not working, I'll close the browser and reopen it. It looks like it's loading, but this is probably a cached page. Oh, now it's loading. Go back to YouTube, and that's loading. Okay, so now we can configure this router. So to configure it, you can either leave it with the sticker, you know, the way it's set, or you can customize it by logging into the router. On the bottom of the router, again, we have a login page, and it says on the bottom of the router, to log into it, you go to http www.routerlogin.net. It's a small sticker on the back of the router, and it's on all Netgear routers that are within the last few years anyway. So HTTP, and it's, what did I say it was? routerlogin.net. And then that should ask the router to display a website. it wants a username and password. Well, it gave us the Wi-Fi name and password that's set from the factory, but what are the username and password? It says the default username is admin and the default password is password. It is all lowercase, and that is on a sticker on the bottom of the router. So if you're going to change that, and you should, I would expect you to not leave the name admin and the password as password. You should change both of those, and then you should write down what you changed it to and put it as a post-it note or a sticker somewhere on the router. But to get started, that's the factory default that any hacker would have access to. So admin and password. Why is this not working? Let me look again. Admin and password. Okay, well, let's just do admin with no password. Yeah, that worked just fine. And it's going to force us to reset the password. It demands it. It knows this is not secure. And it wants to make sure that you're in front of the router, that you're not hacking from a remote area and trying to play with somebody else's router. You'd have to look at the bottom of the router. See how this is different from TP-Link? So it says enter the router serial number. So you're going to pick up the router. You could take a picture of it with your phone if the router's in a different room, just so you can read the serial number. So we'll put the serial number in, if I can find it. Ah, there it is. 6AL5195. Whoops. I tapped the touch pad. What did I do? 6AL51953 A0388. Continue. No, I must have got it wrong. Let's go back. Isn't security great? The harder it is for you to change it, the harder it is for the hackers. So while you might curse this out, it's actually to your benefit that what may have happened here is I probably have to enter it. Well, it's not going to let me do it. Let's go back to routerlogin.net. Okay, admin, and we'll just leave the password field blank. It's not gonna, what? Admin, and then password. Is that going to work this time? It shouldn't. No. Authorization required. Your connection to the site is not secure. Username, admin. Okay. Enter the product serial number. Let me do it again, but I'll do it exactly with the capitals. It's all caps lock, so that might be the difference. 6AL5195 3A0. It's always a 0 and not an O. 388. Continue. Now I can see it wants to go to unauth.cgi. I don't know what's taking so long. Close this out. We're going to go one more time here. Back up to the browser. Back over to router login. .net. I don't want that unauth. Hit the backspace button to get rid of that. Hit enter. Admin. Enter. I don't know why it's doing that. Admin. Tab. Password. Enter. And then just admin without anything in the password. And then it lets me in. That is really weird. Enter the router serial number. We can help you reset your router's admin password. You need your router serial number, which can be found on the router label, which is on the bottom of the router. enter your router's serial number in the field and click the continue button. So I'm pretty sure that was the router serial number. Let me just double check. 6AL51953A 0388. That's it. Huh. Okay, now it says waiting for login, but it's still defaulting back over to this unauth.cgi. I don't know what it's doing here. 6AL5195 3A0 388. That's it. I don't know why it's taking so long to respond. Hit continue again. Information you entered does not match what is saved in the router. I wonder if it's possible someone changed that to an O instead of a 0. It should always be a 0. Nope. Not so lucky. Router reset. 6AL5195 3A 0388. What am I missing? It's not working. That's supposed to work. If you run into this problem, then likely other people have. So we'll just go to Google and say, cannot log in to Netgear Nighthawk, serial number not working. Right here, first link is in the community of Netgear. That's what I want to see, is people in the community talking. So I'll click on that link and see what people are saying. Serial number not recognized. Forgot my password to manage the router. Just enter the serial number and answer a few questions. I put in my serial number, both cut and pasted, and the will not highlight. Finally, I decided to just reset the router to default. Can't get that to work either. And there's an attachment. Okay. Easiest thing to do is a reset. Hold the reset button on the back until the lights start flashing and then release. You will then be back to a factory reset, which means the default user ID and password will now work, and you can log in and configure the router. Would suggest using a PC with Ethernet attached and a browser rather than the questionable Netgear apps that they push. So that's somebody old school like me. And we are connected via Wi-Fi, which, you know, we're not having a problem with the Wi-Fi, but it could be restricted from Wi-Fi access. That's entirely possible for security reasons. They don't want any changes happening over wireless. I don't know that that's a fact, but it wouldn't hurt for me to disconnect from the wireless and to just try doing it wired, just to see if it's a router issue or if it's a security issue. I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi. I need to be on this one. That could be half my problem right there. Well, first of all, let me connect again to Netgear 98. Let's connect. I was on the wrong Wi-Fi, so that would explain it. Let's try it again. Because I have another Netgear Nighthawk, and it's what I'm saying, I'm plugging a modem into it, I'm actually plugging another router into it. So I'm trying to give you the instructions that you should follow, not the ones I have to do in a complicated streaming setup where I've got routers plugged into routers. I hadn't considered that. So when I go to router login, I don't know which one it's taking me to, but if I'm Wi-Fi connected, there we go. There's the AX8. Look at this. Okay, so I was connecting to my Netgear Nighthawk that I use here in the studio, not the one that I'm demonstrating. So there was some confusion on my part that you would never experience because you wouldn't be in the situation. Now we've done everything correctly. Here's where the edit goes. So this is live, and so you're going to see these things that normally most YouTubers do. They don't do it live, so they can edit all this out. So you'll see it announces the welcome to the Netgear Nighthawk Tri-Band AX8. There is an important update. Now this is nice that instead of having you go and look for updates, it's telling you the first thing we're going to do is look for an update, and there is one, and we require you to do it. I like that. So we'll hit continue. And it's going to go online. It's going to grab the update from Netgear servers, and it's going to download that. Now, they're going to say, hey, you should download our app. This is marketing. This is advertising. You can just say, I don't have a compatible smartphone, so let's just continue on with what we're doing through the web browser, because I'm old school, and this is how I like to do stuff. So they've got a license agreement, much like any other software, that you've got to agree to. Did you read all that? Because you don't have a choice. There's no I don't agree button. All you can do is hit I agree. And now it takes us back to the welcome page, and it says, let's set up your router. Make sure your router is connected to the internet with an Ethernet cable to continue. So we hit next. Now it's checking for an internet connection, and it's trying to self-configure. Internet is detected. You're just a few steps away from completing the installation. We hit next. Now these are admin things that we can change. They're shaded out because they want us to change them. So we'll do the same thing here. We'll say the admin password is used to log you in. Okay, so where do I go? It's all shaded out. What do I do? Questions and answers are working. Okay, I'm just clicking too high. I got to click low. Oh, it's not changing it. Oh, okay. Username. Well, let me change the username. That's weird. Password. Let's just leave it as password. Will it let me? New password is... It's probably not going to let me use it. Password. Let me just hit this eyeball so I can see. Why is it not showing me? Oh. Well, now it's okay. Password. It's not going to like that. Confirm new password. So I'll type password again. And then there's security question, and what was the name of the first school? Stuff like this, people can Google it if you're on the internet, right? So what year did you graduate high school? 1986. What year? You know, your father born? What's your best friend's name? My best friend's name is Carrie. Put that in, Carrie. He's a cool dude. You cannot use the default admin password. You must change the admin password. Okay, bossy. Password 123. This is what people do, by the way, because they think it's a hassle, but I'm just making it super easy for hackers. But again, I am broadcasting to the internet, and I don't want to use actual passwords. I hope you do. I hope you pick good passwords. You can have your browser save the password. I never want that to happen. Now we can set up the Wi-Fi. I'm going to leave it based on what the sticker says, but we can change it here if we want to, and we can enable that same Smart Connect technology that lets the router intelligently select the best 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi band for the devices you're connecting from. We'll hit next. But I can't say never on that one. And okay, here's your Wi-Fi credentials, blah, blah, blah. And please wait. So again, this is what's written on the sticker on this router. And you can change that or leave it. I don't know what it's doing right now, but we'll wait as it's requesting us to do, because we don't have a choice. I know it didn't update. Okay, so it may be that it's updating and rebooting now because it looks like we've lost the internet. It didn't really tell us why we were waiting. So I'm just sitting here watching it, and I don't know what it's doing. What do we do? Refresh? No, I think it's rebooting. It's hard to tell from the lights. It's got power. It's got a weird kind of world-looking icon that's blinking on and off as though it's communicating with the internet. I don't know if I just need to be more patient. I don't know what the router is doing. That's a little maddening, but when you're setting these things up, best to be patient and always try to go back to the main routerlogin.net page. And I keep trying it, and this is what's called being impatient. If the router is in fact applying an update right now, that could take 3 to 6 minutes, and it clearly hasn't been that much time. So until at least 6 minutes has gone by, I shouldn't be trying to turn anything off, because you don't want to interrupt the firmware update if that's what's happening. But I sure would like it to tell me. And sometimes you got to close the browser and reopen it if the router has rebooted and anything with the connection has changed. No, it is not connected. So I'm going to let it sit before I do anything else. We're going to let it sit a couple minutes because I think it's doing a firmware upgrade and I do not want to interrupt that. So while we're waiting, we'll go back over to camera 1. And I haven't been able to see the chat room this entire time because my back has been to it. So I'm now looking in the chat. Let me know if you guys have any questions or any confusion at this point. Carrie, you have to log in again. Oh, it's possible because I didn't tell it to connect the Wi-Fi automatically, that when the router restarted with the settings change, that it dropped the Wi-Fi connection and then started up again, and the little checkbox on the laptop that says automatically reconnect, I did not check that box. So that's a good looking out for me there in the chat. Who said that? Because that's likely what the problem is. That was William Lynn. Yeah, William, I think you're right. Normally you would check the box. You absolutely would say to reconnect automatically. I don't want to reconnect automatically because I don't want to have to reinstall Windows on this or reconfigure Windows simply because I made a video one day. So I'll go back to, and you can see on the laptop, let's go back to the laptop capture page, because a sharp eye can see that we are not connected. So let's look again. And let's look at the right thing. Sometimes the information is being provided to you and you're not seeing it, even though it's right in front of you. And that is exactly what I'm doing right now. But William Lynn caught it. If you look right down here, we have that globe right down here. And it tells me I am not connected to the router. If I'm not connected to the router, then I'm not going to be connected to the internet. So if we bring up the list, and there's Netgear 98, normally we check that box to connect automatically. Then we go to routerlogin.net, which may require a browser restart. Let's see. No, it's going to get us there. Okay. Configuration is complete. Your new Wi-Fi credentials are displayed below. We're going to hit next. It's nice that it picked up where it left off. Now it's checking for updates. Okay, there's the update. You're currently on version 10392, and we're going to go to 1011, so that's 8 revisions. Hit update. Now do not turn off the router. It is firmware updating. The router is downloading the new version now. Leave this alone. This could take up to, well, the download could take a couple minutes, and then once it starts applying the download, that then can take another 6 minutes. So it could take upwards of 10 minutes. But at least in this case, it is telling us what it is doing. That's good. And it makes sense when we set the configuration, the router did a restart to set those changes into effect. And that dropped the Wi-Fi to the laptop where auto reconnect was not selected. So the laptop did not auto reconnect when the wireless router started up again. So that was my bad. And again, thank you to William in the chat room for noticing that. Now, you'll see this is all happening in real time on a high-speed internet line. This could take longer on a slower internet, or if the network servers are being congested with a lot of traffic because an update came out 3 minutes ago and you want to be the first along with a bunch of other people to get it. All right, so that's going to slow down how fast you can download because too many people are trying to download it at the same time. So what you're seeing demonstrated is happening live, and this should give you a baseline of how much time to expect this to take. And that's why I'm showing it live, so that you know how long is too long. When do I turn it off? Well, if it says firmware is updating, never turn it off. But what if it's been on for 12 hours? Okay, well, you know, if it's doing that for an hour, if it's doing it for a half an hour, you may not have much choice. But don't freak out because it's taking longer than you expected it to take. There could be a number of reasons for that. But it certainly shouldn't take more than 30 minutes in a worst case scenario. So we're just waiting as the firmware is updating. It has to download the file from Netgear servers. It's going to save the file probably in some memory, the non-volatile memory that the router has, I guess. And then it's going to update the firmware, just like updating the BIOS on a motherboard. And then, just like a BIOS on a motherboard, the router should restart itself, which is what I think it's doing now, so it can apply the new firmware to the router, and it will keep all of your settings. So if you had any customization to the router, it should keep those settings, but some routers and some models of routers may wipe those settings out, depending on how different the firmware update is. You know, if they're just making minor feature enhancements, polishing the features the router already has, then obviously it'll keep the settings. It should. If it's introducing new features the router didn't have before and it has no default settings, it may reset everything. They have a number of reasons why they do that sometimes. So be sure before you update the firmware of a router that you know your SSID and your password, so you can put it back the way it was if necessary. With port forwarding or any other customization that you did in the router's firmware. There's usually a way to back that information up onto a file that you can save to a flash drive or to your local computer. And then you can then do the firmware update and then reload that file to put it all back if you want to be lazy about it. But in most cases, the firmware update won't change the SSID or password or port forwarding or other customizations. Now, you see the screen just went blank. That's the laptop going to sleep. So let me just kind of wiggle the mouse or touch the touchpad here and wake it back up. Yeah, it took us back to the login page. Now, it shows we're still connected to the router. Now that I'm looking down in that bottom right corner, we are connected. So we'll hit refresh. I'm not turning the router on or off. It says configuration complete. We hit next. It's going to check for updates again, and now there shouldn't be any updates. And it says there is no new firmware version. You are running 10.11.112. Hit next. So this is still the setup, right? This isn't something that comes up every time. Once you get through this, it won't show that again. Now you can register the product with Netgear if you want to, extend your warranty, although there's a regular warranty enforceable by US law. And they want your email address because they want to know who you are so they can sell you more stuff. We'll even give you 10% off if you tell us who you are and how we can reach you. I usually avoid all of this, and I don't want to register. I don't want to do any of this. And I'll hit the X up here to get out of that. You've successfully completed the installation. All right, so now let's close out. Now all that's done. If we ever go to routerlogin.net ever again, it's going to not display that first time setup, because unless we reset the modem, we're going to get this login where we put in the password that we just set, which was what? Password 123. I don't want to save that. Netgear Armor is something I don't recommend that you use. It's for me, it blocks legitimate sites, and it's kind of a pain. You can use your regular malware bytes on each machine's own individual security. This is trying to protect the whole network. You can try it and see if you like it, but I don't like it, so I'm not going to use it. And now we've got all our configuration. It looks a little different than the TP link, right? If I wanted to update the firmware or check a firmware update in the future on my own, I go up here to Advanced, and I go down here, I'm going to guess, to Administration, and then I'm going to look for firmware update right there, and then I'm going to check. And that's how I would do that in the future. Give it a moment. It's going online. It's checking with Netgear servers. No new firmware version is available. But it's nice when they force you to do it during the initial setup, because people don't know. And if they don't know, they could be setting up a brand new router that is insecure. All right, let's go back to camera 1. And does anybody have any questions for me? I'm kind of curious, when I hit that LED button, what LEDs is it shutting off? Because this thing doesn't, it's not bright. I don't know why you'd have to shut the LEDs off on it. We've got the connection LEDs on the back, and then we've got a Wi-Fi button and another button up here on the front that are lit up. If I hit this button, it shuts all the LEDs off but power. See, the lights on the buttons are off. So again, somebody picks this up to clean and their thumb hits that button, you're going to get a support call. How come my Wi-Fi doesn't work? So push that button right there, and the LEDs come back on, so you can see from a visual perspective that the 2.4, the 5 gigahertz, and the other 5 gigahertz network are on and running. If the Wi-Fi were disabled, those lights would be off. This little globe tells us we're connected to the internet because it's lit up, and it's blinking when there's data being sent or received to the WAN connection. That is our reset. I will reset this before I send it away to get rid of that configuration and force the next person to set it up. This is the sticker on the bottom I was referring to. This contains our solid state, or keep calling it solid state. This contains our SSID and default password. Now you can change these, but you're not going to change the sticker. So if you're going to change the SSID and password, which is the same thing that's on this sticker right here, then you need to cover these stickers up with something with the right information. When you forget, you can go back to the router and look, or just leave it as they are. Then we've got that serial number I was entering, and we've got the MAC address, which I never needed to enter. And then there's really tiny print right here, and this tells us router login. This is the web address at www.routerlogin.net. Username admin, password is password. So you always want to keep this information here, because if you ever, or if anybody ever, hits that reset button, all this goes back. All those default passwords and logins all go back. So you always want that. So you don't want to take a marker and rub it out. Don't do that. But you can take a Post-it note and cover it with a Post-it note, or you can just stick it somewhere else on the router and just, not to use these. Or if you don't like that sticker on the front, you can peel it off. It's not real sticky. And if you have a smartphone and you want friends to be able to connect without walking them through the setup, they can just scan the QR code on the front of the router if you haven't changed this information. So that may not be features your router has. You understand? And so this is another way that modern routers have changed over the years, because the average consumer has no idea the difference between a wireless password and a router login password to their email password, and maybe even their login password for Windows. It's too much for the average user. So they have to present it to the average user and force them to go through this, to walk through this setup. And that will reduce the amount of support calls and product returns from consumers who have no idea what they're doing.
And all of that costs the company money. And the consumers aren't too happy about having to return product or having to call support. So it's just beneficial for everybody that they redesign the routers in such a way as to force you through and to force certain password strengths and require you. Netgear wouldn't let me just leave the password as password. It will not allow it. It says you are in your own way. You are your own worst security nightmare. The worst part of your security is you, and we will not accept that. We will force you, whether you like it or not, to pick a different password. And even though password 123 isn't really that different, you know, in my opinion, they shouldn't let you do that. But I'm glad they did, so that I didn't have to make up something, because I can't use my passwords on a live broadcast around the world that can be viewed endlessly into the future in perpetuity. So for me, demonstrating it, understand the difference, that I'm going to do what I'm telling you not to do, because I have 1,000 people looking over my shoulder, not all of which are looking in my best interest. But when you're setting at home, setting this up, or at your office, set good passwords and write them down and stick them to the router. Please. Unless you like setting the router up, because when you forget them, guess what? You're going to hit that reset button, and since you don't know what it was, you're going to have to start over again, and every Wi-Fi connected device that you had connected to this router over the last few months, your printer, your phone, you're going to have to reconnect them all over again and reset all that up. Because you said, I don't need to write it down, I'll remember it. Or I don't need to stick it to the router, I'll put it away, but now I can't find it. It's your call. I've dealt with it. And customers, well, they are grateful that I come out and I set things back up for them. When they're writing that $125 check for my time in the car to get there, my time there, and then my time back, they're usually going to say something like, thank you, and I hope I don't have to call you again anytime soon. Because it's costing them money. All because they couldn't take a 2-cent Post-it note in 4 seconds of their time and write it down and stick it on the router. Bob R. wants to know, when you set up a router, is remote access off by default? Usually. I have not set up a router where remote access was on by default, but it's possible. So usually if it's a brand new router, it's going to be off. But you can easily check that in the setup of the router, because it'll have a button if you want remote administration. I never want remote administration, because if I can log into it remotely, so can a hacker. If I can't log into it remotely, neither can the hacker. Generally speaking, there might be some security exploits that have firmware update addresses, but that would be very specific to that make and model of router, not to all routers. And the odds of somebody knowing what router I have is a little bit more complex of a hack than the general bots and automated stuff running around the internet through automation. Yeah, automated hacking is what it is. William Lynn says, what about just using the app? You can use the app. It's what they want you to use. So not everybody has a smartphone or a smartphone that can run apps, modern apps. Depends how old the phone is. The app may not be compatible with an older version of Android or an older version of iOS. But if you have a modern and updated smartphone and you want to go that way, that is the way they prefer, because they think the average user is too dumb to do it any other way. So if you think you're too dumb, then use the smartphone app and the phone will be smart for you. If on the other hand you're a little bit more technical and want more control, as I am, then you will always do it the same as you did it in 1998 when you were configuring routers, which is you hook a LAN cable up and you log into it. that has never changed in 20 plus years. It's the same process. Long before there were smartphones, long before there were apps, and long before there was even Wi-Fi, we would set up our routers with a LAN cable, and you can still do that today. You do not need any software, and you do not need any apps, unless that is your preferred way to configure it, because you find that to be easier, less confusing, more straightforward. You know, you want the training wheels and you want the bumpers put on so that you don't run into a wall. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why it's there. It's a personal choice. Bob says, I assume that to connect to another computer over the network, I use the File Explorer to select the computer I want to add? No. No. You do it exactly the way I showed it. You have to decide what you want to share first. So you pick what you want to share from a computer on your network, and you set up to turn sharing on, to turn network discovery on, and to turn the permissions on, as I've demonstrated. Then you go to any other computer on the network and look for it the same way I demonstrated, which is I went to File Explorer, I hit the network button, and all the devices that are on the same work group, assuming you're all in the same work group, will appear, and then you'll click on that computer, and then what is available should appear, and you click on that, it should open up and display the files. But network discovery has to be turned on the other computer as well, or it needs to be on both, right? So when you set up the share on one, you still have to turn on network discovery on the other. If you don't know how to do that, you can download my Netfix app for Windows 10, and it'll set all of those on. They're off by default for security reasons. But you can play with it. You're not going to hurt anything. Don't share more than one folder. Don't try to add a folder in a printer. Do one thing at a time for the love of all that is holy. Please do not get one thing half working and go start getting something else half working. It's going to make untangling that mess a nightmare. So if you want to share the printer, then work on sharing the printer. When you get that resolved and you want to share a folder, once your printer's working remotely, then go ahead and, or not remotely, but over the network, then if you want to set up a file share, set up a file share. Don't set up a second file share until you get the first file share running. One thing at a time. Start something and finish it before you start the next thing, or you are going to create a mess, the likes of which will take hours for somebody walking into it to help you with, because they're going to have to figure out what the heck you did and undo it. And the more you do, the more that has to get undone, and it will not be obvious. A technician will have to search with a fine-tooth comb to find all the settings you've manipulated. So please, please don't try to overwhelm yourself trying to do too many things at one time when you haven't figured out how to do one thing. So start with one or the other and see that through to completion. Then and only then, if you want to share something else, then do that. Then if you want to go to the other computer or any other computer on the network and you want to share something the other way, one at a time, and verify that it works from another connected computer before you start the next thing, or helping you is going to be extraordinarily difficult. But don't be afraid to experiment with it. Don't be afraid to rewind this video and watch those steps as many times as you need to at any speed you want to go at, and follow click for click what I have done, and you should get the same results. What I haven't shown you is getting a second laptop, plugging it in, and showing how to connect between two laptops. I was just connecting to this laptop from itself when this laptop has permission, right? And in theory, by setting those permissions the way I did, having another laptop with network discovery turned on, which it is not by default, I should be able to see that share and access it. But I would need to get a second laptop up here to demonstrate that. And if you have any PC security software installed from a third party, some firewall or antivirus or other intrusion software, PC security software, that could block your ability to network potentially, depending on what version of what application that you have in PC security that is not normal or a normal part of Windows, that could be interfering with the process for the sake of security. That's what security does. Security keeps people out. And you've got to have the right keys and the right combinations to open those locks. And once that's set up, you're good to go. You don't have to do it again until you add another new network device, or you want to change a share. Zen Carter says when he updated the firmware on his router, it automatically enabled remote access. Ooh, yeah, I wouldn't like that. It certainly wouldn't hurt to check. I wouldn't make any assumptions. When you share a printer, I showed you a different way than how you share a folder. There's a reason why I showed you this is how you add a printer, this is how you share a folder. You do not share a folder by following the printer's instructions, and you don't share a printer by following the network sharing instructions. That's why I gave both instructions. So I think you need to go back and rewatch it and pick which one you're going to do. And then get that figured out, and then do the other one if you want to do both folders and printers. And you're only going to learn how to do it. You can watch it all day long, but until you actually try it yourself, you don't really understand it. You're going to have experience. So allow yourself to have the experience. Allow it to not, don't expect it that when you get up to bat, you're going to hit the ball and hit a home run, or you're going to be disappointed, likely a lot. So understand that you'll likely be unsuccessful at first, but you'll figure out what you're missing, what step you're missing, and you'll say, oh, okay, now I understand. And then it'll be super easy from that point forward. The learning process, it's like, you can know all the notes to play on a piano, but that doesn't mean you can play a song. You've got to know when to hit the notes. You've got to know in what key, and you've got to know for how long. So you can play the same tune at different speeds and get different songs. The timing that you have when you hit those keys is as important as knowing which keys to hit. So until you sit down at the piano, you can have all the theory in your head. Okay, these are the notes and I can picture it in my head. But until you sit down and play it and understand the rhythm, you may not understand the rhythm if you don't read sheet music. If you're just looking at a tutorial that says push these keys, you're going to push the keys and you're going to say, what is that supposed to sound like? So now you need to hear what it's supposed to sound like. So if it's a song that's on the radio, you go, okay, now I've heard the song, now I know the rhythm, I see the notes online, so if I play the notes online in the rhythm that I'm hearing, I should be able to replicate that same song. It should be recognizable. But you'll likely not hit the right keys at the right time. You'll make mistakes. And so you'll do it again, and 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 you'll do it again. And then you'll be able to walk into somebody's house and go, oh, can I play your piano? And you will have remembered it, and somebody will, wow, isn't that song? Oh yeah, did you recognize it? Right? But you're not gonna sit down at the piano and crank that out the first time. Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. So don't think you can. You can't. So allow yourself the opportunity to learn, and that means a little bit of frustration, a little bit of anxiety. Oh, what have I done? But you can do it. You have to stick to it in order to understand in the way that only you understand. I have to do it in a way only I understand, and other viewers have to do it in a way only they understand. But the benefit of these videos is you can rewind them as many times as you want. You can play them again and again. If there's 10 seconds that you're just not getting, you can rewind that 10 seconds over and over and over and over and over again. And if there's just a part you're stuck on and you can't get past and you've tried everything, you've looked at Google, come ask in the chat room. I'm sure somebody here can provide the answer to you in a way that you can understand. We can all help each other. And once you've figured it out, once that light bulb goes on, you'll never unknow it. You will never unknow what you've learned. You might forget pieces of it. It might, if it's been a long time. But, just like that piano, when you've practiced it and practiced it and practiced it, you could not play the piano for 2 years, sit back down, and within moments get right back up to speed again. It won't take as long. Arnold Albert says, earlier you discussed how to share a device using the router's USB. And now that we have the router up, can you show us how to map the device? That's a great question. I still have the hard drive here. So let me plug the hard drive into the USB port. So in this case, we're going to share a storage device, right? Instead of a printer. I don't have a printer I can show you. So we're going to just take this storage device and we're going to plug it in back here. And it's going to take a minute for these two things to handshake and recognize each other. But then we can go back over to the laptop. So let me sign back in. And we'll go to the laptop screen so you can see what I'm going to do. Okay. And I need my glasses. Where's my glasses? All right. Now, Netgear has a different name than everybody else for that little USB share point. If we look under Ready Share, I'm under Advanced. This is where we left off, right? This is Basic. Oh, it says I'm not connected anymore. I'm glad I checked that. Let's log back into the router. It says I'm not connected. What happened? Go down here. Did I turn the router off? No. Where's my Netgear? It's not in the list. What did I do? Oh, I've got the Wi-Fi off. I think I hit the Wi-Fi button. Remember I said if you pick it up and you hit the button, it turns the Wi-Fi off. The router's up and running, but the Wi-Fi isn't for some reason. What have I done? And sometimes these buttons, when you press them, they take a minute to reinitialize. They don't instantly come back on. So I don't know which button it is that I pressed. It's only two. I've got a 50-50 chance. Okay. Wi-Fi light is blinking now that I've pressed the button. Okay, Wi-Fi's back on, and this list needs to be refreshed. So we'll just come down here, turn the Wi-Fi off and back on again. Or that's not working. We'll go back here and look again. Where's my refresh on my list? It's not in here. Give me a second. There's a way to refresh this list. I can't remember how to do it. Usually just turning the Wi-Fi off and on again. We should get another. Where is my Netgear? It's not here. Let's close this. Wi-Fi is on. But it's not on up here. I don't see the Wi-Fi on up here on the router. What am I missing? I'm pushing buttons on the router trying to figure out how to turn the Wi-Fi back on. The router has lights Okay, now they're coming on. I see the 5 gigahertz light and the 2.4, and it should appear here in just a minute. I had to hold the button down for a few seconds on the front of the router. And now the Wi-Fi is definitely on. And I just need this list to refresh. So, oh, there it is. Netgear 98. Okay. See, when you're not live, you can edit all that out. So we're going to go back to routerlogin.net, back to admin and password 123. And they're going to keep telling me about this, and I'm going to say, never remind me again. I don't want to see that every time. And I don't want to see the net. You can do the update to the firmware through the Nighthawk app on your phone if you want to. You can, access the router. It's not remote access. You have to still be connected to the router locally through the wireless. And you can update the firmware and such through the smartphone app. So you don't have to go into this web page. Now, ReadyShare, right here. That is the USB device. It notices that we have a folder, volume, space, free space of all that USB drive. And it says this right here is our share name. If I can just highlight that without highlighting everything else, I can hit Control-C on the keyboard and type Control-V right down here and hit Enter. And this is the contents of the USB drive connected to the router, and this laptop is wireless, okay? So there's no wires connecting this laptop to this router. There is a wire connecting the USB hard drive I plugged into the router. And if I want to map this, if I want to make this a permanent thing on this laptop, I can click the yellow folder, and I can go to this PC, and click up here at Computer, Map Network Drive, click that. Right here, Map Network Drive, click that. Pick a drive letter. I like drive letter X. Folder, I'll hit Control-V, or I can just type that in manually. I can have it reconnect automatically every time I start the laptop. Hit Finish. And there's the USB drive. I can close, close, close. So now we're just connected to the internet. We're connected to the router. If I go to the File Explorer, and I go to this PC, I now have drive X down here. And you can see drive X has 556 gigs in use. It looks like any other hard drive, but I'm accessing it to the router. So I have a Cronus image file here, and then there's some other folders here, which I don't need, and I don't know why they're there, and I can probably delete them. Not gonna let me. That's fine. And that's deleting off of the USB drive connected to the router. I'm guessing those are probably old Acronis image files. Looks like it's going to free up quite a bit of space. 2,000 items. Now, some of these items are locked for some reason, probably from the machine that it was plugged into when the items were deleted. And could probably do the same with this one. Yeah, I don't know what's in there, but nothing I need. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in there. And so it goes. And so now I'm accessing this USB drive plugged into the router as though it were connected to the laptop, even though the laptop is fully wireless. And any computer on my network, whether it's wired or wireless, I can access that USB drive as long as the USB drive is plugged in and turned on and the router is plugged in and turned on. Even if I don't have internet access, but I'm in the building connected to the router that the USB drive is connected to, then I can still access it. So let's say, for example, I had a bunch of videos on this hard drive and my internet goes down and I can't do any streaming. And I go, oh, geez, I don't know how long my internet's going to be down and I'm kind of bored. Well, as long as I have my local area network up and running, and I'm not needing to go out to the internet for anything, I can still access the drive and pull up the media file, run it with VLC, and use this just like a NAS. It doesn't have any redundancy, and this is not a backup unless you've got copies of data, duplicates of data, somewhere else besides here. This is not a backup, but this is a way of sharing files. So let's say you had a small office. Maybe you got a small real estate office, you started selling houses. And maybe it's a family business. Maybe you and your partner work together and they've got a computer, you've got a computer. You need to share the internet, so you need a router, which is also the firewall. You don't want to buy a printer for each one of you, so you get one printer. If the printer's Wi-Fi, you don't need to hook it into the router. The printer will connect to the router via Wi-Fi. If the router and printer are close together, it's just less hassle to plug a USB cable in and plug it into the router. Or you can plug it in to one of your computers, and as long as the computer the printer is plugged into is on, and the printer is on, and sharing is enabled, you can add that printer to the other computer or computers in your building, and everybody can print to it, even at the same time. Printer will just handle one job at a time, but they'll queue. They'll queue up. They'll form an orderly line, and they will be, each print job would be processed in the order received. So if the person in front of you is printing a 64-page document and you're printing a one-page document, well, it's spooling up the printer. Your page could be printed first. On the other hand, if they're a third of the way through their 64-page print job, you will have to wait for that to complete before your print job will be completed. But it's all automated, and all you have to do is wait. If you don't want to wait, you need to get your own printer. So there's numerous ways we can resolve sharing printers, whether that's printer connecting to the router through the printer Wi-Fi, connecting through the router through the printer's USB port, or if your router only has one USB port and you're already using it for storage and you can't use it for the printer at the same time because you only have the one port, then you can just share the printer to a connected PC, but that PC must be turned on, and obviously the printer has to be on and have paper and ink, and if that's all met, then you just share it over the network, and any computer that has that printer then installed on the network can print to it under those conditions. The benefit of connecting the printer directly to the router is no individual computer has to be on, and no particular sharing settings have to be set. So it makes it more available, and it takes out potential kinks in why you can't print. What happened? Oh, the computer went to sleep. Oh, the one person took his laptop with him, and when he did that, there's nothing the printer's hooked up to anymore. So that's why there's numerous different ways to accomplish it depending on what the needs of each user are. But let's say now your real estate agency is growing and you need to hire somebody, or maybe you're going to get more of the family involved, your brother, your sister, your uncle. And you say, okay, we're going to set you up with a computer here. But they don't want to come into the office. And you're like, look, that's well and good, but you're telling me I got to come into the office. Can I just stay home? Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll set you up with remote access software like Instant House Call or something, and then you can connect from your computer at home to your computer here at work. Then since the computer here at work is connected to the LAN, then it's no different than if he were sitting here in the office. He can send the same print jobs, he can read the same file, because he's reading it from the computer here, not his computer there. So his remote access into his computer or her computer in the local area network, then it's just no different than sitting in the chair here at the office. It's pretty cool. It's created some confusion with customers when they first started doing the remote access, and they said, I need to be able to save the files and then re-upload them. Like, no, you don't. What do you mean, no, I don't? You're not going to be working on the files on your laptop at home. Your laptop at home is going to log into your computer at the office. When you're logged into the computer at the office, you're going to use the Word, Excel, and PowerPoint on that computer remotely to the files on the server at the office. You will never, and nor are you authorized, to save those files on your home laptop. That is a breach of security protocol. And while we don't have any way to prevent that, it's a small enough company that people understand the consequences if they're caught. There's no benefit for them to do it. All the computer at home is doing is acting as a screen, keyboard, and mouse to the computer at work. Nothing else. You are still working on the computer at work. It's just your computer at home is the screen, keyboard, and mouse. You're not using any software on your computer other than the remote software that connects you. That's it. Any file you load, save, change, all happens at your computer at the office, no differently than if you were at the office. It's really simple. No need to overthink it. What if I want to print what I'm working on over here to my printer at home? Well, the remote access software typically allows that, but that's a setting in the remote access software. That's not a configuration of either Windows or networking settings. Remote access is completely different. Okay, so we're running on a few hours here. How long have we been live now? 4.5 hours. I don't like these going over 4 hours, so we'll take a few minutes if anybody has any more questions on networking, file sharing, printer sharing. If there's still something that I have not been clear about or you'd like me to take another approach, please say so now. Peter wants to know if you have the same performance on your home computer as in the office. Is that important? No. The bottleneck isn't your computer speed, it is the network speed. If a lot of people at one office are all working remotely at the same time, it's going to slow down the network speed. So generally speaking, the performance of the computer you're connecting from is irrelevant. The internet you're connecting from. So if your home has cheap, unreliable internet, but the office has expensive, reliable internet, guess what? The weak point is you, and you may have to upgrade your home internet service if you want to continue to work from home. But very rarely does remote access have anything to do with the performance of the home computer. It would have to be extraordinarily old for that to not work. Don Allen contributes $10. He says, here's a little bit to help with shipping. Right on, Don. Thank you for that. John Williams says, be kind and rewind. I know I will. Yes, there is a lot of information conveyed in this particular video, and I think you would be doing yourself a disservice. It's impossible for you to absorb everything I've said. I hope you will rewind this video after it's done airing live, although you can rewind it now up to 4 hours, and rewatch portions of it that you're getting hung up on. And if you want to share where you're getting hung up on, let us know in the comments of the timestamp that you're getting stuck on, so we have a better idea how many people are having the same misunderstanding, and then I can reapproach that on another video from a different perspective. Hey, there's Mitch Morrison in the chat. Mitch says hello, just got back from motorcycle ride up to Payson, had lunch at the airport, Best Buy in Arizona. Hey Mitch, good to see you, and what a great day to get out to Payson. It's a little about 20 degrees cooler up in Payson usually, and we have a 95 degree day earlier. What did it get to? Might have gotten hotter. Well, it's 93, it's coming back down. So we'll go up to Payson, it was probably in the 70s. What a beautiful day to go. And you're not on the weekend, so probably easy on the traffic. Mitch is there in the chat if you guys want to say hello. Daco says, I have a Raspberry Pi working as a VPN, a NAS, a DNS, DHCP server, and an ad blocker. See, that's pretty advanced. So Daco doesn't need help with file sharing or setting up USB. You know, there's always somebody in the crowd. We're like, okay, we're going to show you novices how to do something. And somebody's got to say, oh, well, I got all this technical blah, 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 Greek, super tech, blah, blah. It's like, well, why are you here? Did you not know the subject of today's lesson, or were you just auditing it as some kind of social justice warrior to ensure that it meets your requirements? Or is that your just nerdy way of boasting how smart you are? I don't know, man. But yeah, we're not covering that stuff here. That's advanced stuff. Bernard says, I am an information overload. I'm definitely going to have to rewatch a few times. Try and break it into sections, right? There's router setup. There's Wi-Fi setup, there's internet setup, there's file sharing, and there's printer sharing. So we covered a lot of different subject matter, and it's not a surprise that it would be information overload, because each of these things are connected to the other. And if I explained it any other way, the information would be incomplete. This is the only way that I can be fully transparent, full disclosure of all of the steps that have to be taken for this to be successful. And I wouldn't expect anybody to listen to this and then take a test and answer a bunch of test questions. You will need to go back, and everybody's going to be stuck at different points. Some parts are going to be unclear to one person that'll crystal clear to another. That's fully expected, and you need to know where your confusion is and which part of it, and then revisit that. And again, if there's a particular part you just can't seem to get over or to get past, leave a comment in the video comments below with a timestamp of where you're confused, and maybe a little clarity with, I don't know, what you're trying to accomplish and where you're getting stuck. Robin52 contributes $10. Hey, thank you, Robin52. Taco says, I just love watching you. Well, I can't imagine I'm teaching you anything new, but I appreciate you. Marty contributed $5. He says, what to eat? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Might be a pizza night. Of course, every night should be a pizza night. Believe it or not, everything that I've explained to you today is very simple, but it may be new ideas. And that may be the part you're hung up on, is the concept. Once you understand the concept of the permissions and the security, whether it's from the internet service provider with the serial number of the modem, whether it's the solid state, whether it's the SSID, there's an SSD, which is a solid state drive, and there's an SSID, which is a security set identifier. But regardless, so the SSID has to be set with a name and a password. The router has to be set with a login name and password, so somebody can't change the settings on the router or change the settings of your network. So your network needs a name and password for the Wi-Fi. The router needs a name and password. Your internet service provider might require a name and password in the modem for you to log in, especially DSL. And then on top of that, you may have a Windows login password. And if you set up file sharing or printer sharing, you may also password protect those as well. Or if you're like me and it's a small LAN where everybody is trustworthy, I don't bother. I don't care, and I don't have anything sensitive on a shared drive that I wouldn't be concerned about. And then there's also a guest network on the Wi-Fi, and if you have guests coming over and you do have sensitive stuff shared, put them on the guest network. You cannot, listen very carefully, this is important, you cannot share printers or files or folders on a guest network. The whole point of the guest network is to give a guest internet access, and they can't see anything else. They can't see other computers on the network. They can't see or configure anything on the router. They cannot do anything but get internet access, and only internet access. If they have an infection, a virus, and you give them access to your network, that virus can spread across all of your machines. But if you put them on the guest network, the virus cannot spread, other than on the internet. But it won't spread on your local machines. Use the guest network for guests. That's what it's for. Or if you've got sensitive information and you don't want the kids to see it, don't give kids the password to it. And don't make it something your kids would guess. And don't write it down where the kids can see it. Kids are clever. And the more you tell them they can't see something, the more they're going to figure out how to see it. They might even just unplug the thing and plug it into their own computer to figure out what you're hiding. So best they don't even know it's there, so they don't have the curiosity, right? So, or you set up a separate network for the kids and put them on that, Or you put the kids on the guest network and give them no access to files or printers. Give them their own local printer, they can print to that. There's a lot of different ways that you can resolve that particular issue, but understand the guest network's purpose, which is to keep your temporary guests from getting access to things you don't want them to have access to, or to potentially damage or corrupt information on other devices on your network, whether intentionally or by mistake. I didn't know what that was. I clicked on it and I just deleted it. Was it important? Don't give them the option and you won't have that problem. Pat Johnson contributes $20 and says, thank you for the video. Hey, Pat, thank you. Mitch says he's lost 20 pounds. I'm so thin I have to rent a shadow. Right on. Patrick Russo says, Carrie, I used your network fix tool, and after I reboot my computers, I have to manually turn off network discovery and manually turn it back on to make my network private. Any ideas why? No. No, you may have some security software, PC security software, that is flipping that back the other way. But it's not to do with my tool. There's something that's manually doing that. You're going to have to hunt that down. It's likely a piece of security software, whatever you're using for antivirus maybe, or firewall software that you've got. If you're just using the Windows firewall, my tool takes care of that. So I'm assuming this is only happening on one computer in the network, not on all the computers on your network. Steve says maybe do a video on setting up a simple NAS. Already got it done, Steve. It's already done. If you look back, if you click on my logo in the bottom left corner below the video on a web browser, you see my name, you click on it, and it'll have a bunch of buttons that you can click. One says videos. Click videos, and 1,400 videos come up. And you go, well, how do I find it out of 1,400 videos? There's a little magnifying glass, and you type in NAS for the search, not for the YouTube search, but for the lower. There's two searches. There's the big one that you see for searching all of YouTube, and then when you're on a specific YouTube channel and you look, there's a little magnifying glass up there, and you click that one, and you can type in the search for that channel of what your content you're looking for specifically on that channel. And it's done different ways on smart TVs, depending on which YouTube app they have, which version. And it's done differently on smartphones, whether you've got Android or iOS. So I can't demonstrate every possible way, but just using a browser on a desktop computer, that's the way I'm going to show it, because that's the way I watch YouTube. I don't really watch it through a TV. And the TV has all the same features. You're going to have to use your remote and kind of poke around with the up and down and left and right when a video is playing to figure out how you get to those video comments, and how do you get to the video notes, and how do you get to the channel itself versus just the video. It's all in the apps, but it's all done differently depending on the TV you have and the version of the app, or which tablet or which Chromebook or which Fire Stick or whatever, Roku. They all are similar but different. Patrick says he's got to do that to all computers. I don't think that's true, Patrick. I think you're confusing yourself. I think that you have something on security that's blocking one of the machines, and you have ritualized going to every machine and turning it off and on until it works. It's one machine, likely, that's causing this. And what I would do if I were you, Patrick, is I would shut everything down except for, and I don't know how many computers you're trying to hook up, but whenever we have network problems, and this is just what people wanted, more information, but when we're diagnosing network share problems and we don't know which computer is poisoning the network, all it takes is one, and the whole network is poisoned and nothing works. And so you can mess around on all the wrong computers, and then when you get to the one that fixes it, you think all of the other stuff you did was relevant, and it wasn't. and I'm telling you this from experience, so I hope you'll listen to what I'm saying. You have one computer that's causing this problem more than likely. And what you have to do is shut all your networking devices off except for 2 of them. So let's say we have this computer and this computer. We'll shut off everything else. No other laptops, no other tablets, nothing else. And I want this computer to see this computer. So I'm going to start with one or the other and turn that networking on and off, the network discovery, and see if it works. If it works, it's this machine, if I did it on this one. If it doesn't work and I come over here and do it to this one and it works, then it's likely this one. Now, shut them all down again, fire them back up. This time go to this machine first, turn on network discovery, then see if it works both ways. It probably will. If it's happening on all the computers, if what I'm telling you is not right, then you have a piece of software universally on all those computers that is foreign to Windows. It is a third-party piece of software, whether it's a browser, it probably wouldn't be a browser extension, but it's something you've added to all of them, the same security software, and it's that same piece of software that's causing this problem. That's it. One of 2 things. It'll solve it every single time. Marvin Jenkins says, hello from Milwaukee. I have had my AT&T gateway for 3 years. Do I ask them for an upgrade? I'm sure it's old. Well, let me ask you a question, Marvin. What happens if you ask them for an upgrade? Like, why are you asking me if you should ask them? What is the risk you're afraid of taking? What is the downside of asking? What are you afraid of? Why are you asking for reassurance and direction? If all you have to do is ask them and it costs you no money, whether the answer is yes or no, well, what is the harm in asking? So I think you kind of answered your own question. There's no harm in asking your internet service provider if an upgrade is available to you for your modem, gateway, or router. It's a phone call, or even you can do online chat with most services, or even send an email. There's no cost to do that. Now, there could be a cost for the upgrade, but there's no cost to ask the question. So asking me if you should ask the question seems pointless. But yes, you should ask them. They could charge a fee for it. There could be feature enhancements like better Wi-Fi, or maybe it's got a USB port where the one doesn't, and now you can connect printers and stuff like other. So they might charge you for it, but you have to ask them. They might just tell you, no, we don't have anything. What you got is the latest. Regardless, it won't cost you anything, and there's no harm for asking. But I wouldn't listen to me, and I wouldn't listen to anybody in the chat room. The only people who should be answering that question is the people you're paying. No matter what anybody else says, don't let them discourage you, and don't tell them what to expect. You know, you can get this and you can get that. Maybe you can't. So it depends on what your internet service provider. Your AT&T may offer different services and modems than AT&T located in other areas of the country. So you have to ask them yourself to find out what's available to you from the service that's provided to you, which may not be the same as other people. Taco said, the BBC spend millions on TV production, but I prefer to watch Carrie on YouTube. And I prefer to watch the BBC. Well, I used to.
You know, when Top Gear was good, when Doctor Who was good, when Miranda was on, when Two Pints was on. Good times. Fifth Gear Recharge. Well, that's not BBC. Never mind. There's nothing good on it now, is there? Okay, well, I think we have covered all the questions. We've gone on now for, nearing 5 hours. Was that a good enough live stream for you? My thanks, of course, to everybody who has contributed, especially those who contribute offline, like Peter Laycock, who has been he's the best, and John Jack Wilson and Jose Rivera Estacio, as well as Ross Whitehead, as well as so many of you. In today's live broadcast from Don Allen, Marty, of course, Marty, you can't forget Marty, Rick Szabo, Andrew Epperson. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support the channel and keeping it free for everybody else. And I will look forward to seeing you very soon. I don't typically broadcast on the weekends, but sometimes. If it's going to happen, it's likely going to happen on a Sunday, but generally speaking, I like to take weekends off away from work because I don't punch in or punch out. And if I don't force myself to take a weekend, like normal people get forced to take a weekend, you may start slowly watching me go insane. You might be watching that now. So I do have to find a little more work-life balance. It's been all work, and I'm under a lot of pressure, and I'm trying to get a lot done. And the sooner I get it done, the sooner the pressure gets off of me. But the sooner I get it done, the more pressure I'm putting on myself to get it done. So I have to figure out that balance. In the meantime, we're going to give away this Netgear Nighthawk and that TP-Link router. That's going to be given away to a member of our community. So if you've been a member of this community, thank you. If you've won anything from this channel, you cannot win again. I want everybody in the community to have a chance. You must be in the United States. I cannot ship any computer hardware outside of the United States. I cannot ship it to Alaska or Hawaii. It'll cost me more to ship it than to just buy you one and have it shipped. You know, Amazon and Newegg, they get all this free shipping. I got to pay top dollar. I got to pay for the box. I got to pay for the packing, and I got to pay for the shipping. So shipping a router like this is probably going to be about $40 to $50, and the other one probably $50 to $60 because it's big and heavy, and it's not just about the weight, but it's the size of the box and how much room that takes up on the truck. So again, Amazon, they make deals because they're a big bulk shipper, and they have their own shipping company that I don't have. So I cannot ship these things outside of the United States. When we make the offer that's coming up with Acronis, anybody around the world can take advantage of that offer because you're just going to download the software and you're going to receive a license code in the email. And in that way, everybody around the world can equally participate with the same discount. It's just that because shipping physical items is expensive and they're prone to damage when shipping them over a long distance, and there's no warranty that I can help you with. If the shipper drop kicks it, it's not a warranty issue, it's a shipping issue. When it arrives in a different country, that country puts a tax on it before they'll give it to you. They'll hold it for ransom. And they give you 30 days to pay the ransom, or they send it back. So that's a tariff that your government imposes, and the tariff fees depend on what the item is and what it's worth and what category it falls under to what percentage tax they put on it. They want to punish you from not buying within your own country's economy. They want to make it expensive for you so that next time when you want to buy a router, you'll get it locally. You think you're going to save money getting it in another country, but they're going to make up that difference in the tariff. And so I don't want to go through all that. If you're in the United States and you're a member of our community and you have not won anything yet, you are over 18 years old, or 18 or over, leave a comment in the section below.
Nighthawk or TP-Link? State which one you prefer. I will pick a name at random that I recognize as a member of our community. If I don't recognize your name because you're new here, I hope you'll stick around and I hope you will participate in the chat. If you're a viewer who never participates in the chat, you will never win anything. Because I don't know who you are. You're lurking, so I don't know that you're lurking. You have to come in and say hello. If you're a jerk, if you're rude to people, that's not a member of our community. If you're a nice person and all you do is say hello, over time I will recognize you. I will turn you blue. Not because you've done anything in particular other than made yourself announced and have done so over a course of time. And the things that you say are not aggressive or combative or hostile or spam or challenging me. So it's just common courtesy, the way you would treat a friend. And we want more friends. We can never have too many friends. So for those of you who have not won anything yet and you're in the market for a new router, let me know in the comments below and mention if you're more interested in the Nighthawk or the TP-Link or if you have a preference. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for all of the community members for making this channel possible. And I will see you all again very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.